What's up, Ashley? What's up, Jay? Shirkless, what's up, buddy? Pack VVD today? Nice. Nice. Alright, we gotta start listing for 250 instead of 300. We want things to sell a little quicker. How you guys doing today? Welcome, welcome, welcome. Great. Did you guys do the prime gold or prime silver and prime bronze yet? Or are you guys waiting? You lost? I mean, is that surprising? Is buying silvers at 150 and selling them good? I would club stock right now for 150. You can flip for 250. A lot will go for within the hour for 250. That would be my recommendation. You have 30K? Nice. Alright, we don't need that many rares. Got sleep this morning, untradeable, then pack Rafinha from the 77 times 2. Sick, bro. We got a 50K pack for you guys today. Chill with the big boy pack. VVD, who do you support again, bro? Liverpool? Oh, yeah. Their first goal shouldn't have counted. What do you think about Mohamed Salah's obsession with Adolf Hitler? What are your thoughts on that? Because that's natural for him, right? Just salute Adolf Hitler in the Third Reich. VVD could be worse. You could be an Arsenal fan. Oh, well, you're going to win the league anyways. Alright, I'm just clearing some of my dupes real quick, guys, for 200. So that we have some room to start listing stuff for 250. Because I don't want to sit just unassigned all day. So, if you're seeing me list for 200, that's why. And we're very club stocked. Look at this. I'm going to show you in a second. We are officially top 50 in the world. Sunderland title charge, your keeper's insane. You know what's funny about that? We missed out on Petrovic because he wanted to go to a bigger club. And we got an even better goalkeeper for like a third of the price. Roofs is an absolute animal. Sunderland and winning? I mean, we got a better result against Crystal Palace than Liverpool And we only had 10 men, so say what you want about that. Team competing in European competitions, we just went to their place and beat them on the road. Should I continue club stocking silvers with 300k? Yes, they will not get cheaper than this. Get every single card you can win for 150. And chuck them in for good. Everything's guaranteed profit right now because everything is going for 200 plus. Most things will hopefully go within the hour for 250. Supply will start drying up a little bit. You'll see it slowly start to increase as well. But right now, the really big coins are in the club stock. You can also look at, too, the supply of objective things that are needed. So you can look at England cards. You could look at cards for marquee matchups. Look at those sort of silvers, too. That might have had a dip in price with the supply. That could potentially go back up. If you can mix them together, that's even better. When to sell Kanate? I'm not your guy to tell you when to sell meta players. I would assume selling when people want to use them for the most important games. Usually weekends it's foot champs. Or when people got in the game for div rivals. Because we don't have foot champs this week. So probably start of the weekend is the best time to sell. And the best time to buy is probably after. We got SoftBank. We got Chelsea away next week. We got Manchester United. Sunderland could get Ruben sacked potentially. I think United will get a result against us, though. I don't think it's going to be a Sunderland win. I'd love one. We'll give it a shout, but just Ahmad's going to go absolutely crazy. I have a way with words. I signed up to a pro club by saying I look like Heskey, but got the touch of Maradona. If I don't win next week, I can't show my face around these streams. I mean, do you think I'm going to gloat in the fact that United's doing poorly? My best friend's a United supporter. If United's doing poorly and they give Sunderland 3 points, I'd be happy, brother. I would say thank you. I wouldn't be shouting it in your face. I'd be like, hey, hopefully you guys can get a manager and turn things around. Alright, but the first part of the stream, boys, we're just going to spam mass bids while we can still win for 150. If you're picking up for 150, everything is pure profit right now, but the club stock is going to be your best friend. Dude, Tottenham's almost scored like 5 goals this game. How is it almost halftime and it's goalless? That offsides goal is disgusting. That link-up play was beautiful. How did United lose today? Because Brentford is a crazy good squad. Alright. We'll chuck these up for 200. We gotta check what place we're currently in. No further words needed. Bro would have gone to Europe with Sporting, but chose Man U. Yep. Forest sold the second half. They should have scored. Wood should have scored. That's the only one I'll give Nottingham. Roofs was absolutely insane. And obviously the way Sunderland sets up allows people to get crosses in. Nottingham was probably the better team overall, but the better team doesn't win football games. The more tactically minded ones who score goals do. And Sunderland just completely outclassed Nottingham in that area. Because think about what Nottingham did. Nottingham took their wingers and tried to beat Sunderland's fullbacks. And then instantly got met with just giants in the box. Wood should have scored the header. Exactly what I said. Yeah, I agree. True 15th in the league last season. I remember when people said Chelsea are bad after spending $1 billion and finishing 10th. I mean, to be fair, can we all agree that spending really means nothing nowadays? I feel like there has to be different classifications of spending when it comes to overspending. I think there's the idea of buying average players for over market prices for sure. But I think, especially in the Prem, it's going to be more and more common that you get the tax of selling your best player in a position. Where if, for example, you sell your best striker, any team selling you a striker is going to know they're going for a premium. I think that's just going to continue to happen as most clubs become selling clubs. And then you have the teams that are just buying clubs. When Liverpool spent 450 million, sold 300 million, so we a better net spend than Arsenal. True. We don't buy average players, we buy good players and make them average. Facts. Such facts, man. Alright. Let's should we do a clean reset? List all our dupes for 200 and then go from there? Start bidding 150 again? Or should we just continue to go unassigned and list for 250? Because we do have to get... Oh, you know what? We could keep the bids and just not pull them. Because we do have to open packs. We got a 50k pack. We got some other packs. So let's actually do that instead. Let's list these for 200. Keep bidding. But we get to the packs before we go crazy on this. Ikrish isn't going to adapt to the Prem, in my opinion. He's not going to reach Haaland level. I don't think anyone's going to reach Haaland level. Haaland's his own like category. Haaland's a very unique striker. What player would you say plays comparably to Haaland? His aerial threat, pace, flexibility, movement, physicality, hold-up play. Isidore? I mean, not to bash Isidore, but Isidore's probably at his peak. And again, this is going to be harsh on Isidore, but I got to be honest as a Sunderland fan and a Sunderland supporter. Isidore's peak is probably just a little bit higher than Thierry Henry. And his current performances is probably just slightly above Haaland. So, there's that. Good evening, buddy. Long time, sir. How you been, brother? But dude, I'm happy I knew that Isidore was going to adapt well to the Prem. What I didn't expect Isidore to do is get a lot of you guys talking about him. I didn't think that would happen. I'm surprised with that one. It's weird seeing you guys watch Sunderland and have players that I've been saying, just wait, just wait, just wait. You finally see them. How fair and balanced that Isidore view is? Hey, it is what it is, man. Dude literally looks like Thierry Henry. And when he scores, he always does Thierry Henry's celebration. The corner flag one, not the... Imagine EA gives that celebration him in game. Could you imagine? If you're watching Manu off the bench today, there's no way he doesn't start. He didn't even get a shot on target today. Are you talking about Isidore? If you're talking about Isidore, that is the correct but completely misses Isidore's performance today, if that's your takeaway. And I know you worded it that way for that exact reason. I've been good, mate. Thank you. Your RTG episodes have been really enjoyable, seeing as I missed the lives mostly. How you been? Hey, I appreciate it, man. Yeah, if you guys don't know about the RTG, it is in the description. It's to help the people who miss the streams, but to also kind of like throughout the year be able to like show you guys the progress we're making, different things that are happening in our club, trades, pack pulls, community stuff. I mean, you can't beat what? Dino? Community Dino? This early in the game? That's wild. From your guys' pack pull, and then I go right from that to getting warts myself. 007, I should say. But yeah, if you guys are enjoying the stream, do me a favor, smack that like button, subscribe if you're new. Let's see if we can get to 10 likes right now. We got 20 people in here. We're going to open packs here in a second. I'm just getting rid of my dupes real quick, and then we're going to go back to 150 bids. I would not list for 200 if I were you guys. I would mainly be listing cards for 250 plus if you can. But really right now, the main thing you should be doing in silvers with all the supply today is club stocking for 150. Get as many cards as you can if you have the coins. And if you're looking to flip for profit, there's a lot of good things to look at. A lot of good center backs, a lot of good English cards, a lot of good marquee matchups cards, a lot of good snipes, tons of stuff. Say it because, oh, you had to bet on him to get a shot on target? I mean, he didn't get a shot on target, but he almost scored. How crazy was that shot, by the way? He wasn't even facing goal. He didn't even see it. Megs to the defender and almost puts it inside netting. Crazy, crazy. Mumbo's videos helping man feed baby. You're a good man. I appreciate it. This episode today, make sure you're not feeding your baby as you're watching it, because I think I scream a few times. Alright, a few more dupes, boys. Then we are ready to go. Why did I list for 300? What am I doing? Stop. It's just so natural for me to do it. Alright, get rid of those. Dude, how's Tottenham not scored yet? This is wild. I need to see the stats on the game. Absolute dominance. Also, we asked yesterday, but I'll ask again. Oh, no. Oh, yeah, no shot. Who is your guys' best pack pull so far? Whether it be tradable or untradeable. On your guys' FC26 accounts, what has been your best pull currently? BBD in a 45k pack today. Also, too, does anyone know the new Evo design today? The rotating arrows. That doesn't change the card design. It goes above the card design. So if I got this, where is it? Cosmetics. If I bought this with coins, and we kept upgrading our Mayenda, that would stay on even if we changed the cosmetic over time. I'm assuming, right? Tradable Nor, he's 35k. Dude, we need to have a tradable Atike account. We've packed them like 6 times so far. 3 tradable and 3 untradeable. Wolves almost scored. Jeez. Alright. Let's see. Y'all ready? Alright. I think we can. Pull now. Let me double check to make sure we're out of our unassigned. We are. Okay, sweet. Ooh, bronze pack as well. Dope. All right, ladies and gents. Let's see. We got the new Prime Bronze players, Prime Silvers. We got the new SBC, new Evo. What was the new Evo today? It was long ball pass. Interesting how they give playstyles. I'm kind of liking how they're running it this year. I think in the long run, this is going to work really well. All right, let me hit record. Test, test, test. I just know I'm going to accidentally put too many play styles on one of my Evos, and then I can't Evo it anymore. They'll be stuck in purgatory. Test, test, test. All right, cool. All right, we ready, boys? What is up, ladies and gentlemen? It's your boy MumboElite. Welcome back to another episode of the RTG. We got a ton of stuff today. We got some new Prime Bronze player upgrades and Prime Silver player upgrades that have caused the market to go absolutely crazy. You can make so many coins on Silvers right now, both as a trading and an investment. We have a 50k pack from Objectives. We have some crazy stuff playing on the RTG and potentially some Sunderland players in the Team of the Week next week. We'll see. So if you do enjoy this video, feel free to smack that like button, subscribe if you're new. First and foremost, let's start with the 50k pack. We have the Squad Bells Mastery, which gets us a 75 times 2. But right here, we have the Assist Mastery. We got 300 Rare Players pack. Knowing me, we are going to get absolutely nothing in this 50k pack. But the 75 times 2 is going to absolutely go wild. So I'm calling it right now. Dino in the 75 double, because why not? Darlington Nagby's one. Cornerstones, we got another pack, another 75 double. We'll take every single one of these. I haven't really created too many upgrade packs yet. I'm waiting for an unlimited repeatable to start kind of grinding the menus in that aspect. If you guys have been keeping up with our channel, we are essentially still top 100 in the world for club value. I'm at about, I think, 6,000 players in the club. Technically, we are top, I think, 35 right now in the world. So we're going to keep pushing there. We're going to see if we can get top 25 to potentially top 10. And then after that, we'll start selling some stuff off rather than just flipping duplicates. As a first owner, does he go for anything? That's a good card. I feel like that'd be good for Evos, but we're not using non-Sunderland cards for Evos. Yeah, he really doesn't go for anything, but we'll take him, man. Good starter team card. We're a little bit past that at this point, but is what it is. All right, second 75 double. What do we got? Center mid, Netherlands. Van de Donk. Rip. All right, anything hidden behind? Nope. Was that same team? What are the odds of getting the same team in a double pack? All right, 50k pack, ladies and gentlemen. Come on. Can we get a walkout? No walkout. Wow. But we do get a cam from La Liga. Spanish, Dani Olmo. That's like an 85. Who else is in here? Zubamendi. Interesting. Haven't tried him. Lisa, got to get rid of him. Sorry. Newcastle cards, if we pack them, they're getting quick sold just as part of our account this year. Imagine Newcastle gets like a Team of the Year card. And we pack a Newcastle Team of the Year and then we have to quick sell it. Imagine. All right. That part's done. Your number 36. $200 coins, we'll take that. All right, let's see if we have some more room on the transfer list. We'll now do our prime bronze and prime silvers as well. I think we have both of them already ready to go. I think I put players into both. Let's check real quick. We got all those, yep. And then we got prime silver. Sweet. Okay. Alright, dudes, now we move on to the prime bronze player upgrade and the prime silver players upgrade. These are something you can do once a week, and they're here for the next 27 days. The way this is going to work, I'll kind of explain it a little bit, and if you guys want to see a video on this, I can go into way more detail in terms of how to make coins on this, how it's going to affect the market. But just from a baseline, you're both submitting cards into this and then receiving tradable cards. So for me, both of these examples I'm using here, I'm just using all untradables in my club, even if it's good from a good league, a good nation. I just don't want to use anything tradable. I'd rather use untradables, put them in, and get tradables out of it, because worst case scenario, you get a bunch of crap cards, you can quick sell them or keep them in your club and sell them for min price, and you get some coins. But best case scenario, you get some crazy silver that you now have tradable, maybe goes extinct for an Evo, maybe is someone that plays on a really good club that people will use for that silver tournament coming soon. But let's see what we can get in the bronze. This will be a nice way to get some prem cards too for the bronze. I will say, if you have close to a full transfer list, I'll make a video on BPM eventually too. But if you're someone like me who trades with a lot of silvers and you're making a lot of coins with silvers and you need your full transfer list to operate, I just compare price and look to see if these cards go for guaranteed 200 within the hour. A lot of the times, if you list the bronzes in bulk, they will sell, especially if you keep relisting them. But in my head, I would much rather quick sell these, even though it feels like a waste in the moment. We miss out on some coins, but the transfer list space that would take up over time, we're going to make way more coins flipping silvers and other things on there instead. So I'm not against people listing bronze items. I just think there's a time and a place. And right now, the place is for silvers, in my opinion. What do we got in this one? Looks like some silver rares. Hopefully one from a good league. Hopefully a Sunderland player, to be honest. Any dupes? Okay. Nothing too crazy here. So we got some top nations, some top leagues. You can check in the moment if anything's up. I just am going to put it in the club, kind of forget about it. And then you can compare price and get an idea of what these are going for. Low end, you're going to have things sell within the hour for 200. Most things you could flip pretty easily for 250. So if you are here whenever this video comes out for you or whenever you watch this, anytime that repeats an hour afterward, you're going to have a bunch of silver supply. I'd highly recommend mass bidding on the silver commons for 150. And then in the past, I would recommend bidding 250 on the silver rares, but I think the lowest you can bid on a silver rare this year is 300. So I would mass bid on silver rares for 300 as a club stock. For those, though, if you want to make it a little bit easier on yourself, for silver rares, a lot of top nations, a lot of good leagues will be your best friend. You can do off leagues and stuff like that. I find it's just a lot easier to flip the silver commons than it is the silver rares at the moment, until we have an SBC that comes out that needs them. Alright, let's keep club stocking. So for right now, I think what I'm going to do, I'm looking, and things sell within 20 minutes for 200 coins. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to continue mass bidding for 150 and chuck as many cards in our club as we can. And then when we can't win 150 bids anymore, when it becomes next to impossible, I'll start listing for 250, 300. But in the meantime, I think just consistently flipping these, consistently getting more in our club is the way to go about this. If you want to list them for 250 right now, you can. I just want the quicker sales. Keep things moving. Is it a play to focus on English silvers for max bid on 200? Yes, that would be an extremely good move. You could also snipe them too. That's also an option. So instead of bidding, you could just, since the buy nows are low, actually, Now that you bring that up, I'm not going to include this in the video, so this is a stream exclusive. But when silvers are low like this, but they sell within the hour, this would be a great time to go to all the good leagues, all the top leagues, all the good nations, and start winning a ton of these cards. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to start with League 1. I'm going to look for the French ones near the 59th minute. We'll get as many of these as we can. I'm going to get some good nations, some good positions. Basically anything is good value, but now's the time to get kind of the harder to reach cards, the ones that are less common. But you can do the same with like top nations and stuff too. Because like remember, once silvers become more of a common thing in terms of people making silver teams in a little bit to start doing the tournaments and stuff, these are the cards people are going to be looking for, right? Their favorite team, whatever country they're in. Players with good stats, you can do that too. I find doing a best of both world where it's a top 5 league, a good nation, a good rating, a good stats. Best of every world for that sort of thing. Yeah, focusing on high pace will work really well. Goalkeepers would probably be a heaven sent. Like, imagine when a goalkeeper Evo comes out again. But this time, like a bronze or silver to make it a gold. That's going to absolutely boom the market. Look at this. When are you going to be able to consistently win League 1 cards for 200 this easily? This is where the investing side of things overrides the trading side of things. But both work well. These cards are going to have a little bit more value to them anyways. You could list them for 250, 300 and get easy sales as well. So not only is it easy coins in the moment, this is going to work really nice for just getting that little bit more diversity. Oh, that center back card looks really good. You can hop around too. I'll go to Bundesliga, Serie A. I have a feeling the other leagues are going to be a little bit more difficult to win, which means they're probably going to hold a little bit more value. So if it's more difficult to win, probably has a little bit more value. You can probably flip it a little easier too. Yeah, if someone wants to do Bundesliga right now, I'll do Serie A at the moment and then switch. La Liga is probably going to be, besides the Prem, the hardest to get. But I bet there's a lot of players that are down a decent amount in price that you could flip. Like, I bet if you looked at the Prem right now, what's the cheapest Prem card? Odds these prices stay at 500. But not only that, if you take like top nations, you take good teams and add another 50 to it. If I start looking at the cities, Bundesliga silvers are expensive. I feel like that's a good one for SBC solutions. Let's look at La Liga. These are going for all 350 pretty quickly, so you could snipe at 250. Make 100 coins minimum per card. But again, I wouldn't probably sit here and snipe very specifically to make coins. I would club stock. Let's do Syria some more. Dude, imagine if Tottenham don't win this game. Imagine Wolves' first point being on the road. Bundesliga. You know what? Hot take, but I'm doing it. The United States Women's League, NWSL. These cards flip so nicely. I feel like I have most of them, but let me just see if I can maybe get some 70 pluses. For some reason, people love doing SBC solutions. Hello, that was my corner today. The US cards do better in my opinion, but I'm just getting them all. But the issue I'm going to run into is I literally have basically a majority of the silver cards on the market, so don't know how many dupes I'm actually going to run into. Alright, we could do... What shoe English cards you go for? See, this is what I'm talking about. These are the sort of ones you want to look for. Only issue is probably most people are looking at England. I'm not gonna sell it. League One a good play? Yep. We just bought some from League One. So I'm just gonna list them for 250 right now. For all the ones we already have. I want to check then too to see what place we're in currently. Because I could probably go in on silver rares right now and gold commons. And that would help our club a ton. Is there any silver rares that currently have value that you guys have seen? Besides like the top leagues and stuff. And maybe England. Brazil. My issue is, will the silver rares flip well? If they don't flip well right now, I might do gold commons. Let's see. Yeah. They're good for a club stock because they can't get lower. Gold commons at least sell within the hour, so if we did these, this would work plenty. Alright, so we'll go in on some gold commons, diversify a little bit if you guys want to keep the silver bidding going. And then we'll go back to silver commons in a few minutes. Let's see right now, actually, before we start that. Let's see how much value we have and what place we're in. We have 485 mil. We're 33rd. So we could probably get top 25. Spending a little time doing this right now. Let's go. And also this will help us for Monday. And just throughout the week. If we can win them. What's Monday? Monday are repeatable SBCs, usually. So whether they give us an unlimited 77 times 2, which I hope they don't. I hope they change it to like a player pick or something. If a lot of golds are needed, it gives them additional value. But outside of that, if you would have held gold commons for the daily SBC the other day, those did really well too, especially a lot of the top nations and the top leagues. So it's just another additional thing that you can make easy coins throughout the week. Also too, as a low-end investment or like a low-end flip, if you're just wanting to make the tiniest amount of coins quickly, you can almost always bid 300 on the low end and sell for 350. You might have to get more specific with what you're bidding on to push that even further, but question is, how much higher do they rise? That's the frustrating part. Last year, they were the same way. They didn't rise as much, but the years before that, it was almost a guaranteed. If you pick these up for 300, 350, you could sell for 500 to 600 throughout the week that the repeatables were out. Also, I looked at our League SBC video from last year. I don't know if I uploaded it the same day League SBCs came out, but October 24th was the day we had our League SBC video last year. So if you think League SBCs would come at the same time or around the same time, towards the end of October was when we had them last year. Yeah, Gold English cams, if you can like get that perfect group together, works really well. No shot. Wolves just scored. No shot. Wow. That's crazy, man. So there are some cards in the game that have a start price of 150. It's not many, but just keep that in mind. If you do a open bid for less than 300, you'll have very few cards pop up. So like if I dropped it down to like 250, it's a more limited market and it's further out, but you'll notice there's some cards there. I've only been watching out of the corner of my eye. Was that completely against the run of play? I'm assuming. Just a reminder, if you can pick up all the gold live in Sud cards, I believe there's 12 to 15 of them total. Just chuck them in your club and forget they're there. Right now with all the live in Sud cards we have in our club at all levels, bronze, silvers, golds, I think I net around 1 million coins with historic prices. 1 million's probably more of the lower end. Like 800k to a mil is probably the lower end. The higher end might be like 1.5 mil. Alright, so let's keep club stocking. I think I like gold commons right now more than silver rares. If I am going to do silver rare bidding, I'll do it on more specific things that I'll club stock on. And then I'll also use pale tools so I can see what I've won already, so I'm not bidding on dupes. And again, when you're club stocking, there's stuff you could probably list for 400, maybe some for 450, and you'd get a few more coins. I would just personally list for 350, get them sold within the hour, and keep moving. Same thing with like the silvers right now. If you're trying to club stock and you're getting a mix of new cards and dupes, I just list the dupes for 200 and keep moving. If your main goal is to not be unassigned, and have a little bit of coins coming back in while you're club stocking. I think golds are less a hassle than silver rares. Golds have just kind of their own value too. I like things that can be a good investment, but also in the moment work. That's what silver commons are so nice. Like, you don't need anything to come out. You can just flip silver commons at any price. With silver rares, you're a little bit more kind of waiting until the full market rises. And then a daily SBC that sends certain things to the moon. When I sign, I have packs open with the full transfer list. No shot wolves keep a clean sheet as well. Alright, something to keep an eye on though is our coins. We want to be still above 100k if we can help it as best as possible. You'll see an initial dip, and then you'll see kind of a constant rebound as things keep selling and we get more dupes. Because we sold Militao, we sold Mendy, and we sold, I forget who my other center back was. Not Saliba. Who do we have? We sold them just so we'd have some extra coins to club stock and flip. And then today we'll do draft instead of div rivals. So we have a really good draft. We'll see how far we can take it. Robin Roofs, man. His long balls are so good. Alright. Why are we slowing down EA? Trying to nerf us? It was very tough to narrow it down to just 4. It's time to vote. Alderte, Roos, Xhaka, Mukiele. That's wild. What do you have unassigned and what do you have selling right now, Ashley? Like before you go to relist, is it stuff you can list lower and get a sale? That's what I did with my silver commons. I had a bunch for 300. I'd still get sales, but I was like, I'm gonna just list these for 200. $20 meta golds at Ram Ranch. And then 80 silvers. When we start earning more and more coins, I can't wait to start having some of it liquid so we can do some higher end stuff. Right now we're still at the point where I'm trying to reinvest as much of my coins as we possibly can to maximize the amount of coins we're making in terms of investments in our club. But yeah, it's going to be sick, man. Can't wait. Can you explain why you're bidding on this? Guaranteed coins in the moment, and we're club stocking for future SBCs. So not only is it guaranteed profit right now, it's good for SBCs throughout the week and repeatables. If we get another repeatable SBC this week, you'll be able to sell most things for 400 plus pretty easily. We had a bunch of nations, leagues, positions go crazy in price for the daily SBC the other day. But then also for me too. Club value. We're top 50 in the world right now. So we're trying to push for top 10. But 300 to 350 is no profit. If that's what you took away from what I'm doing right now. Oh no! See, you got to be careful. There's that one that has the 200 or the 150 start price. Rip. Any silvers high at the moment or time to stock? It is time to stock. Go all in on 150 bids as best as you can. It's 37 coins profit. Yep, and we're not caring about the profit right now for the dupes. Profit's profit. It's paying for more cards to get in the club. But our main thing is filling our club with them for 300 so that when we're making 100 plus coins in every single one later this week, it's much more of coins coming in then. Does that make sense, Cody? Or are you still confused? It's zero risk right now because everything's profit even with a little bit. But that's the best time to club stock, is when there's zero risk. Same with these silvers for 150. Everything's already 200 plus within the hour, so 150 bids is guaranteed money in the moment, but you're looking more at the investment side of things. He was not really that good today. He is exactly what you expect. He is good going forward, shows moments of brilliance, but cannot defend for his life and is a complete liability in defense. Ronaldo's going to come back in, though, and take that spot, so it's no worries there. Another good option to just have, though, is kind of a backup, but his best attribute by far is whipping and crosses. I really like that about his game, but he is just... You can't blame him, because he's never had it as a part of his game. He's just not a defender. He's a wingback in nature. But overall, decent performance from him. I especially liked his defending once he had the yellow. I feel like he kind of became a little bit more solid positionally too. But there's a lot of times positionally before his yellow, just easy balls in behind him. He wasn't tracking. Yep, he's a left wing back, but he's playing a left back, so he has to be a left back if he's playing a left back. Ronaldo's able to play more of a wingback role when he's in, but it's not even a wingback role. He's just switching with Siddiqui. The two of them kind of go back and forth interchangeably. So Ronaldo makes a run up, Siddiqui follows him behind. He doesn't make runs up. He's just up higher, if that makes sense. If he was, like, edge of the pitch, calling for the ball, trying to get into the opponent's third, that'd be one thing. But he just positionally sits a little above what should be a back four, with him being back there, but he's a little bit higher. It's his first 11 debut, though. Can't blame him. No, like I said, I'm not blaming him at all. I think he was exactly what I expected. But if you're asking how I thought his performance was, I got to be honest, right? But was it worth putting 50K into 83s and 84s? Less than 1K? You have to be fine holding them for as long as it could potentially take. And not know how much you're getting back. That's the only issue with stuff like that. If it's a bulk of your coins, that's an issue, probably. But if it's only a fraction of 50K, is not much. No shot. Wolves almost got a second. Do you have a preference on silver, common, or rare? Silver commons by a landslide. If you need to watch our silver video, guys, to get an understanding of kind of like the full silver market and how it works, it is pinned in chat for all of you guys new to or newer to silvers. Silver commons by far. But silver rares as a club stock is perfect too if you have additional coins. I'd focus on the silver common bids for 150 though. That's going to be your moneymaker. You have 400K? Yeah, then you're good. Alright, we were 33rd. After this next round of bidding, we'll see an update to see how far up we went. Also, when will you look to get fully liquid before Black Friday? Why would I be liquid? Wait, time out. Are you saying? Are you asking if I'll be like try to get liquid before Black Friday? Or are you asking is there a time where I'll sell everything, get liquid coins, and then restock before Black Friday? Do you mean that? When do you sell these gold commons? Yes. Right now for dupes, daily SBCs every single day for random spikes, random flips, marquee matchups, all the above. Objectives, daily, everything. We made probably close to 100K last week on gold commons from Monday to Wednesday. Sunderland, Sunderland, Sunderland. Yes, sir. So what's the math? 37 coins per card right now on the low end, so you'd have to sell 11 to put one in your club. Very quickly, we're going to fill out dupes. And look at that. We have all the cards not selling yet. Fun fact, you're 21 today. Happy birthday, Ashley. How you celebrating? It's your birthday and a Sunderland win. It couldn't get better. Cavani not being a gold liber sub. This is getting me, man. Just back Saliba. Should I keep it or wait to sell? I will always say this when it comes. I'll say two things when it comes to you guys packing a player and asking when you should sell. I am not the best when it comes to the best time to sell to maximize coins of an individual card. I can give you a rough idea of when people will want cards versus when people sell cards. And that's the start of FUT Champs they're looking to buy and the end they're looking to sell. But, I will say the big but caveat. Any amount of coins you can get in a player, if you're doing any amount of trading or investing, in my opinion, it is infinitely more worth it to take the coins and make more coins in the meantime than it is to wait. So, for example, how many coins would you get from Saliba? How much is Saliba going for right now? $29, boys. Have my family come and see me and grind in FIFA. Hey. Almiron. I don't consider that man a Newcastle player. Hello, Mumbo. How are you? What are you doing today to make coins? I'm doing fantastic, buddy. Sunderland won on the road. Great win. Potentially have one Sunderland Team of the Week card this upcoming week. Potentially two. I'd be happy with any. But Alderte scored the game-winning goal as a center back and had a clean sheet. Robin Roof set a 9.3 match rating with a clean sheet and a ton of fantastic saves. As long as there's no goalkeeper that has like saved like 2 penalty kicks and kept a clean sheet and like scored a hat trick themselves, I think Robin Roofs could potentially get in. He got screwed over his last clean sheet. He had like a 9.1 rating, and the dude who got it the first week of the game literally had like a 9.5, 9.6. So I think he saved 2 pens and kept the clean sheet. But coin-wise, we are going all in on silver commons for 150. Flipping those for 200 plus right now is guaranteed profit. But mainly finishing the rest of my club stock there. Now we're moving to some gold commons for throughout the week. Daily SBCs, repeatable SBCs, things like that. So just more additional coins going into the club and getting our club value up. Then I'll probably go back to silver commons again as 150 bids get harder and as the 200 buy now slowly increases back up. We'll start selling off a ton of stuff. But to go back to, am I going to sell before Black Friday. I will most likely, whenever silver commons before Black Friday on the low end, go for 300 plus instantly or within minutes. I will do a huge silver sell-off. That is my plan at the moment. Until then, we'll keep club stocking. Right now, we're probably close to 7,000 players in the club. So we're really full at the moment. How do games calculate match ratings? I'm going off of FootMob. FootMob will run analytics on, depending on your position, different factors. It'll start you out at the same score as everyone else. If you're a goalkeeper, as you make saves, as you make positive moments in the play. If you're a player on the pitch, as you give up fouls, as you turn the ball over. There's a bunch of like live statistics that take you up and down. Is each one accurate? No, you'll have different sites give different scores. That could be potentially vastly different. But in general, it's a decent metric to see stuff. Is there a max amount of players the club can hold? Yep. Every single card in the existence of the game is the limit. So you could get one of every single bronze, silver, and gold. One of each inform. One of each promo card. One of each icon. One of each hero. The only thing is you can't have the same exact card in two of them. That's the only limit. So theoretically, as the year goes on, there's going to be more and more cards entering the game that you could potentially club stock. Then as they change teams, you're going to have new cards implemented that way. Ideally, coins is the limit. You're not going to be able to afford every single card, especially as the year keeps going on. It'd get harder and harder. You technically could. Any bidding on any gold common or any Nation League specific? Everything right now. Everything's 350 plus, so I'm just bidding on everything for 300. But more than likely, the top nations and things like that, top leagues, will be the bigger rises. But everything counts. And again, I'm not worried about the dupes. The dupes are profit right now, regardless. It might look like a little profit. That's because we're just club stocking and trying to sell as quick as possible. If you're trying to maximize profit, you could list silvers right now for 250 plus. It's just going to slow down the amount of sales. It's the same thing with like BPM and other things. I would personally look at the market in different ways. Right now is an investment market. You can sell, but you're not really caring about the sell prices. You're worried about getting the most cards possible. What's the best bidding filter right now for instant flipping? England, probably. Because most England cards are what? 400 plus? So any bidding filter or sniping filter less than that? Alright. We'll do some bidding on the PS4 now, as we're bid banned on the PS5. What a level in the season pass are you guys right now? I need to do all the weekly XP. We'll go back to silver. We'll go back to gold commons once those start selling. I think right now it takes about a half an hour for them to sell. Silvers will be able to flip quicker. All right. I'm curious to see how this affects silver supply throughout the week. Because not everyone's going to do the SBC at the same time. Obviously, the huge bulk is going to be within that first hour after new content. That first 2-hour period. But I'm very curious to see if there's like a trickling effect throughout the week. Where it's like a guaranteed on Saturdays, you club stock. Leading up to Friday. The following week, you get rid of everything. What I might do, actually, now that you mention it, if I plan to get liquid before Black Friday, I think I might do that. I think I might get rid of every single silver outside of Sunderland cards and outside of Lib and Sud for next Saturday. And then try to restock all over again. And then have my sell price be 300 minimum. I'll start with like off nations, off leagues. Obviously, we're going to miss out on some coins for like daily SBCs and stuff like that. If we just start selling everything. But I think in terms of movement, selling 25 to 50 players for 1,000 plus coins for a daily SBC versus selling 2,000 plus silver commons that we won for 150 for 300 plus. I think that's probably the better move. And you'd obviously have stuff still on a day-to-day basis that you'd be flipping for high prices. It's not like you're getting rid of everything right away. In BPM, you discard the non-top league players because I don't know how a 55 rated Bolivian will go up in price. So, would it be helpful to you guys if I made a whole bronze pack method video on everything about BPM? I'll say this, but it's going to take a little kind of education. If you list things for 200, even if it's a horrible league, horrible nation, horrible rating, it will eventually sell. Because even today's a perfect example. For someone to get the prime gold bronze pack, they need a team of 11 bronzes. And if someone doesn't have bronzes and they want to do it, they'll buy the bronzes. So everything will have additional value now, where there's probably now a 5 to 10% chance of even those things selling quicker. It might take 10 listings until it sells, though. So what I try to teach people with BPM is with those dupes, where people might go wrong is if they're only doing BPM, and BPM is their only way to make coins, and they're just listing all the players they get from there, that makes sense. But for us, the way I preach BPM is a form of club stock. And when it becomes duplicates, I check to see if any duplicates have value in the moment. But if I'm going to continue to do our silver bidding, gold bidding, or other stuff, I would much rather have our full transfer list be stuff that sells within the hour guaranteed or quickly, rather than like half of it of bronzes we're waiting to sell. Because the coins we miss out on the quick sale, we make back infinitely more on the things we're listing on our transfer list. For example, if we would list a bronze rare right now that's a dupe, like let's say I did a BPM pack right now as an example, and I got 2 to 3 dupes. That might not seem like many, but if I started having most of my transfer list be these dupes, and I start getting like 5 to 10% of my transfer list selling an hour, that's going to be way different than what we have right now where everything's selling. So even though each of these I could sell for 200 eventually, quick selling I'm getting 18 coins a piece. So each one I'm missing out on like 180 coins. A few hundred per that. I'm making back way more, not only in the short term, but in the long run as well. But there will be times where if I'm not doing any silver stuff, if I'm out of silvers, I might sit there and list the dupes and go play games. But it's completely dependent on your situation. Alright. Wait for those to sell. What are we at currently? 28 now. So we're at 504. If I go in with more golds right now, we'd get there. The issue with that is it also fill up our transfer list. So I think what we'll do is we'll keep spamming the silver common bids, and then we'll go play games soon. I think that's the move instead. Dude, if Wolves wins this game, that's wild. I get it, thanks. No problem, bud. Let me do some math real quick. If I have 3,000 plus silvers, and we could do a rolling number because it's going to be way more silvers throughout the week, especially the dupes we're flipping. But just in our club, if I weekly had, right now, 3,000 cards that I won for 150, I'd have 450,000 coins in silvers. If I sold those same 3,000 for 300 minimum after EA tax, minus the 150 times 3,000, I would have made 405,000 coins minimum profit. So instead of looking at this daily now, if we know for the next month we're going to have this weekly, that might be a better indicator. Or if you're someone who can't get on as much at new content, or you can only really play on weekends and it's harder to get on during the week, I think the move for your average person would be mass bidding silver commons for 150 and then selling for 300 in bulk throughout the week minimum. When's the best time to buy your team? Probably as everyone's selling their team after weekend leagues. How expensive of a team are you looking to buy? I have 500K. How many coins should I put into Club Sucking Silvers? If you put 500K in, or I just did the math. For me right now, it would take over 400,000 coins to get 3,000 silvers in the club. So you would never run out of coins and you get so many dupes. I would just not even worry about the coins. I would just mass bid 150 right now until it doesn't give you the ability anymore and just chuck everything in your club. I'd say probably at least 100K, but the math we just did, we could potentially double our investment every single week minimum, not including the dupe flips, not including daily SBCs or marquee matchups. Just specifically from this new SBC, we could be looking at 400K profit minimum per week now if I really act on moving these cards, which I'm thinking might be the move now. We'll take a look tomorrow to see how prices rise into Monday. But I think that's what our account's missing is mass selling. Because right now I'm basically waiting until new content, selling like 25 to 50 cards for super high prices, then the rest is flips. If we consistently get out of all our cards and then consistently go back in bulk, it's going to be so much more profit. And then also, too, you could reinvest at the same time. Just because you sell them doesn't mean you can't buy them back, even at a higher price than 150. If you're selling for 300 plus throughout the week, and then you can buy them back for 200, that's still good money. But so in Black Friday, so when is Black Friday? Black Friday is right after Thanksgiving, American Thanksgiving. American Thanksgiving's on a Thursday, in November. And then Black Friday is the day after. Every single year, EA does a bunch of daily SBCs for Black Friday. And their silver cards will go down in price. That's why we should sell them. No, Black Friday is when the best time to sell silvers. Black Friday, you'll have hundreds upon hundreds upon hundreds of silvers that are 2K plus. You'll have silver rares that go extinct, gold commons that are 5K. You'll have like a 100K pack for a full gold rare team. There's crazy SBCs that come out. My motto is if your transfer list isn't full, you're losing opportunities for profit. Funny enough, that's actually false. I feel the same way. But there's awkward times where I fill my transfer list right before new content. And then something comes out that I have in my club that I can't sell because I'm waiting for the stuff on my transfer list to sell. And that's the worst feeling. So now the question is, how many liquid coins could I have potentially by next week if we do this? Yeah, at least half, I'd say. That's a good number. But yeah, I know it's very tempting to always want to make coins in the moment on stuff. But the more you work with silvers, if you can differentiate the trading / the investing, if you can differentiate those two, it becomes way more easier to make coins. We make millions of coins from trading with silvers every single year. But we make infinitely more from the investing side of it. But again, if you're going to do the same thing I'm going to test this week, I would keep your top leagues, maybe keep top nations. I'd keep the Libertadores and Sudamericanas for sure. Tottenham just scored. Let's go. Sit down, Wolves. Stay down there. Get relegated. So Sunderland doesn't, please. Was that Paulinho? Better late than never. What's your profit? I think 1.1 mil currently. It's going to be way more once I start selling everything. $1.162. What a goal, man. Because then as well, it's going to be even easier for me to keep building this. My fear is falling out of the top 100 when it comes to club value. I want to continue building. But I think I'm slowing myself down by building this number, by keeping everything and flipping dupes. If I get rid of everything and consistently reinvest, I think that's going to be more worth it. But now the question is, and this is the indicator that I care most about, I want to start tracking the price of silver commons instant buy now throughout the week. When will silver commons go from selling within 35 minutes to 200 instantly again, to 250 within the hour, to potentially 250 instant? That's the important thing. Because if we can track that, we'll have a better understanding of when it's best to do. Because what I'll do is I'll list for 300 minimum most of my cards on the low end. But if things are still 250 selling by the end of the hour, getting 300 sales is going to be slow, but will happen. But as that ramps up, so are the sales. How do I make coins on PC? Same sort of tips we give you on PlayStation and Xbox can apply to the PC market. The only difference is supply and demand is going to be different. So instead of going off of exact prices, which you should never do with any of our trading tips, take it from just kind of the value of how things are currently and the min and max prices. So if you watch the pinned video in chat or the first link in the description, that is going to be perfect for the PC market and for you to get an understanding of how this works. Because like PC, for example, silver market on PC is going to be way less players, which means when people need silvers, think about how much easier it is going to be for them to be able to make sales if you're holding on to the silvers. When an Evo comes out, when a daily SBC comes out. But on the flip side, there's way less people that are also buying, right? PlayStation and Xbox, way more people, so there's way more cards listed. Way more demand for things, but there's also way more people consistently wanting to buy these cards. PC, as the year goes on, there's going to be less and less people not only listing, there's going to be less and less people actively buying cards. But the principles still apply. I feel it depends on how long they keep this SBC repeatable. I mean, right now we have it for the next month, once a week for the next month. So what you could say is, if we get League SBCs, which I looked at my video, I uploaded my League SBC video on October 24th last year. Whether it came out that day or whether I uploaded it a day or two later, by the time I made that video, we had League SBCs. So if we assume the same sort of thing as now, let's assume League SBCs come towards the end of that, the necessity for silvers in the next month, the daily SBC flips, the marquee matchups, but the highs and lows throughout the week now will be the lowest silvers are probably on the market with that supply, outside of any other supply we get from daily SBCs, tradable packs, market matchups, yada yada. If we can, for the next few weeks, consistently buy a bunch, then sell a bunch, go from there. But then it comes even next level if you think of it this way. If we're doing all the work for 150 bidding, and we're listing for 300 throughout the week, and we're waiting on sales, if 250 ever becomes an instant buy now, you'd get a lot of 300 to sell within the hour a lot quicker, don't get me wrong. But would it be more worth it in that case to get out of thousands at a guaranteed instant buy now? Is that worth the difference? Because then you have all the profit in the flips as well. So if you're constantly flipping dupes throughout the week, you have profit there, and you have profit on everything in your club. We'll have to play with it. I just know the second I ever get out of silvers, whenever I do, they're instantly going to all go to like 400 minimum by now. How's gameplay so far? I love gameplay. A bigger learning curve for defending for a lot of people, but once you learn it, it becomes really useful. Hey, bro, I bought 50-ish Barcola. Should I sell before squad battle rewards, or do you think they'll rise? I have no idea. I don't do meta market or golds with value. I do kind of low end stuff. I would say if you have profit, take profit whenever you can. Fires, what's up, buddy? What transfer profit you on? 1.1 mil plus. I want to know how many gold or silver commons are in the game. My voice just cracked horribly there. I want to know how many silver commons are actually in the game. Just joined. What is your thoughts on the silver and bronze packs in the SBC tradable? I think with this, there's a chance we make a few million coins from it for the next month. It just changed the way I look at the market completely for silvers. Instead of waiting for daily SBCs where we might sell 25 to 50 items at super high prices, which we can still do for sure, I'm now looking at the market as a average throughout the week. As a time, we can bid 150 easily in club stock, thousands of players, and then selling for 300 plus throughout the week and getting rid of everything, including all the daily SBC higher prices on other stuff, and then reinvesting for 150 the next week. Because we just ran the math. I can make a minimum of just our club stock, a minimum of 400k on the low end each week. If we include daily SBCs, if we include marquee matchups, we're probably looking at closer to double that. If we're looking at dupes as well, that might be 1 million coins a week. The first indicator is going to be when it's impossible to bid 150 anymore. If it becomes impossible to bid 150 on silvers, that's the best indicator that the market's starting to move up. Our silver's mudded right now. We had an insane amount of silver supply from the SBC today. That will be repeatable weekly. So it's not that they're mudded. There was a drop in price temporarily that we can take advantage of. And like I said, if you guys are trying to club stock like me, you're going to start getting to a point where you have a lot of dupes. Instead of hitting your unassigned limit and not being able to bid anymore, trust me, just list it for 200 if it's a dupe. Compare price, maybe it's a SBC solution card and you can get a little more. But don't make the mistake of just having the full hour waiting for cards to list because you've overlisted them and you can't bid anymore because you're at an unassigned limit. Treat now is just the club stock. Your defense is in trouble with Nketiah. How many silvers you reckon we've bought tonight? Probably 1,000 plus. But I've already had thousands. You guys want to see an updated club number? We just showed we're top 30 in the world for club value, but let me show you guys what our club looks like in terms of total players and where it's broken down. Also, too, I'm going to show you our most important investment that everyone should be making. It'll be the easiest hundreds of thousands, if not 1 million plus coins in the world you can make. And everyone should be doing it, especially right now with the additional bronzes and silvers on the market. Let me just get off of here real quick. Alright. If you guys are on the game right now, we're playing an offline game, pause it. If you guys are grinding the menus, pause it. And look at the screen for the next minute. Our total players is currently over 2,400, 25, 28, 3,000, 36, 4,200, 4,800, 5,100, 54, over 6K. We have almost 6,200 cards. We have 2,462 silver commons, by far the most. We have over 1,500 bronze commons. We have over 1,000 bronze rares. We have almost 200 silver rares. We have almost 300 gold commons. But this is the most important investment I have. These two are the most important investment I have. Over 2K silver commons. And the gold, Libertadores and Sudamericana. But mainly the silvers and bronzes. Last year, there were a lot of silver rare lib and suds that were 1,000 coins, 2,000 coins, 3,000 coins. Some were extinct at 5K plus. If we get the same league SBCs we had last year, around the same time last year, which was around the end of October, if you can pick those silver common or silver rares up for 300 a piece, and you can get those silver commons for 150. Get those bronze commons and bronze rares for 150 a piece. This investment right here is very minimal coins with only an infinite upside potential. So I highly recommend slowly starting to stock those. Because when those come out, if they do come out, again, there's no guarantee that's coming out ever, but they seem to copy and paste year to year to a certain extent. They might have to change the requirements this year a little bit because there's very few golds this time compared to last time that are as high rated as the SBCs needed. Usually you need a 72, 73 rating, and there's no Acuna Ledesma Cotes this year. I think the highest lib is maybe 80 rated. Taylor, how's it going? I'm doing fantastic. Dude, it's doing this stupid glitch again. We do any action, it brings up the friends list. It's awesome when you're starting to stock silver rares. I'll probably not go crazy on silver rares. Right now, I don't think it's worth the coins. Essentially, the way I'm viewing them right now is since you can't bid 250 anymore, we used to do it last year when we'd club stock for 250, and you could always sell them for 300 plus. It'd be harder to sell for 350, but you could do the minimum flip. This year, the way I'm viewing it is even with the daily SBC, or even if silver rares double in a week or two because of, let's say, an ICOT SBC or something like that, I think the trade-off of having hundreds of thousands of coins in silver rares is not worth it versus the silver commons that you can pick up for 150 right now. Flip for 200, 250, 300, 350, 400, 500 plus 1,000, 2,000 on a day-to-day basis with stuff. I think right now focusing on silver commons and then the additional coins you make from that, slowly buy more silver rares would be the move. So I think for me, I'm just going to start slowly stocking more top nations, top leagues, things like that. But I want a bulk of my coins in the silver commons currently. Does that make sense? Up to 36 minutes. Okay. I'm curious to see if we get to 45 minutes today. So Wolves get their first point of the season. And Tottenham drops points. No, Sunderland's... Oh my gosh. Guys, Sunderland is barely hanging on to their Champions League position. That's disgusting. Unbelievable. Alright, I'm going to do a little bit more bidding. Then I'm going to go back to the PS5 version to see if we're unbid banned. And we're going to go through our draft. So, we did a first round of the draft on either a previous RTG episode a few days back or on stream, but not on episode. I can't remember. We're going to continue that draft and see what we can get from that. But yeah, already I'm noticing the amount of supply for 150 bids is slowing down, which means the next thing I'm going to look for, especially when we're still bidding 150, is the higher end dupe flips. I'm going to start looking at 70 pluses that we could potentially sell for 250 within the hour. I'm going to keep bidding 150 as long as we can. And then we're going to start slowly raising the price we list for and slowly start selling our club. If Sunderland reach Europa League, are you shedding a tear? I am shedding a tear if Sunderland gets 17th place. If Sunderland doesn't get relegated, I am going to be the happiest man in the world. Sunderland might pull a Wilson Isidore again this season in the winter window, potentially. I'm calling it right now. Last year, Sunderland had a loan with a obligation to buy Wilson Isidore, one of our strikers, by the end of summer, essentially, or by summertime, that window. Sunderland instead opted to buy him on a permanent in that winter window so they could open up another loan spot. That they got Enzo Lefebvre with a obligation to buy if they get promoted. I have a feeling Gertruda, who came in off the bench at right back, not only will most likely take Trey Hume's spot at right back eventually because he's just so good. Nothing against Trey Hume. Just Gertruda is just an absolute beast. Right now, Sunderland has a loan with an option to buy. I think it's at 20 mil. So I think what Sunderland might do, depending on where Sunderland sits by the winter transfer window, if they can buy Gertruda for 20 mil, not only do I think they could flip him for that price, if worse came to worse, I think they could get another high-quality European loan with a obligation to buy if they stay up or an option to buy at a certain price. And two, think of it this way. Sunderland, out of the 3 promoted teams, probably has a slightly easier schedule than the other 2. But I think the momentum that's being built, I think people starting to notice Sunderland, I think only makes them even more attractive if you're a player wanting to play in the Premier League and take a chance. I think there's going to be a lot of people lining up in the winter window, whether it be on loan or whether it be on permanent, that say, hey, I want to try to make a move to Sunderland. Which, that's really exciting too. I can't wait. They're already talking about, in terms of if Sunderland does stay up, they're putting a list together of people that'd be available on a free during summertime and potential deals they could get during the summer as well, as contracts are running down, as Sunderland gets more money, if they sell a few players on. Noah Siddiqui will go for $100 million one day. Noah Siddiqui is the Conte regen. He will be a Champions League footballer, whether it be for Sunderland or someone else. Dude is an absolute beast. Covers every inch of the pitch. But yeah, long story short, if Sunderland survives, I'm crying regardless. Anything higher than that, sweet, but it just continuing to build on what they have is really exciting. You got to remember, too, I was excited a few years ago when it was getting a Prem loan with an option to buy for like 250,000 to 500K. That would excite me back in the day. Now the fact that we're signing people on permanents for 20 plus mil, that's crazy. The fact that we signed Isidore for like 5 mil and he's already worth 20 to 30 mil. Aston Villa's potentially interested for 35 mil for Wilson Isidore is crazy to me. Web app status? What about web app status? It's working. Or do you mean something else? We just were on it 2 seconds ago. By 2 seconds, I mean like 5 minutes. I'll be honest, as a Man United fan, I'm not looking forward to playing you guys. Next week will be interesting. I think you guys will still get a result against us. I think it'll be just enough for Amorim to keep his job. But I think both Sunderland and United fans might want a Sunderland win if it means Amorim's gone. But we'll see. Can't connect. See, what was the... Did it give you a certain message when you couldn't connect? Make sure you're not logged into PlayStation and it says like you're on a device right now or something. Make sure you log out of Ultimate Team before you close the app. I'm a Villa fan, but I hope Sunderland can stay up. Amazing redemption arc and underdog story. That'd be awesome. As a Aston Villa fan, what do you think has been going wrong so far for your guys' start of the season? Has it just been kind of not hit the ground running and taking a little longer to adjust? Is it Unai just trying the same system and it not working with some different players. Is it just higher wages and not as much return on the investment? Too many players who have never played together, so gelling will take a while, in my opinion. Which I think, if take away the fact that I'm a Sunderland fan, but because I'm a Sunderland fan, you can't take that away. If you look at Sunderland, I think the biggest compliment someone could give Sunderland is you wouldn't expect that the starting lineup today was basically 10, I think it was 9 or 10 brand new players that were bought this summer. They gel so well, you would have thought they were playing together for ages. Hume, I believe, Hume and Isidore were the only ones in the starting lineup today that Sunderland had. And if you look at how stacked the bench is too, that's wild. Like, you have Dan Ballard, who started the season really well. A lot of FPL people started looking at him because the goal he scored in the clean sheet. But like, outside of that, he's just an absolute unit in each box. Mukiele's insane. Usually plays right back throughout his career, but for Sunderland's been more central. And honestly, him as a right center back with Alderete at left center back is the perfect pairing. You put Trey Hume on the right side next to them, or you put Gertruda. Well, I think Gertruda might start next game off of his performance. You put that, you get Ronaldo back in at left back. You put Siddiqui, you put in Diarra in the midfield, or you put Lefay in the midfield. You put Isidore or Brobby up front, which Brobby grew into the game, by the way. He was only on for a little bit, had like 5 touches, but already looked much faster than last week. Already looked more adapted to the system. Absolute tank and a unit of a man. Adingra on the wings, Talby on the wings is growing into himself. The team is like really exciting, and surprisingly, they gel so well together already. And Jacob Ramsey was a big loss. Yeah. How do most teams... I feel like a lot of teams, including maybe some of the top 6 or historically big Prem teams, I think a lot of them might be stuck a little old school when it comes to transfers and how to replace players. I feel like the Brighton types and like the model Sunderland's going for, similar to Brighton, Brentford, all those, same ilk, Nottingham Forest even. The best players we have, or they have, you already have an idea of who you're going to replace them with. So once you sell, you buy back, and a lot of the times it's like the next level of player. Like, Sunderland knew exactly who they wanted to target after Joe Bellingham got sold. Instantly, Joe Bellingham became the biggest sale in Sunderland's history, and then instantly Sunderland broke their transfer, most spending on a transfer by getting Habib Diarra in. It was like an instant replacement. And I'm sure they have like a Siddiqui one lined up. I'm sure they have another Isidore one lined up. I'm sure Rofs will have one lined up. Rofs as a goalkeeper will go for 50 mil minimum. Jeez. Hard to believe Sunderland got that goalkeeper for 8 mil. That's wild. Absolutely wild. 8 mil for one of the best, youngest European goalkeepers, who not only plays super well out from the back, his pinpoint accuracy on kicks is insane. And then also put in the fact, and I think this is the biggest thing people are sleeping on, not only is ball playing goalkeepers almost a must nowadays in the Prem, with the new rule this year with the 8 seconds, pay attention to Roofs. If you guys ever watch a Sunderland game, when Roofs catches the ball, watch what he does with his 8 seconds. He grabs the ball, gets up, looks for a long ball, pinpoint long ball to Isidore or anyone going down the wing. If he can't find that, he'll create space between the striker who's kind of standing in front of him trying to block him from making a pass. He'll have his defense open up, and he'll do this roll of the ball at his feet where he rolls it at an angle where he can still play a long ball. But not only can he play a long ball, it gets the attacker, not one, but 2 attackers to kind of move towards him. And he can then either play it long, with 2 committing where they start having numbers on the break, or he can play it to a defender who will instantly pass to a midfielder who breaks the line, or the defender will take space and run. It is truly a beautiful thing. It's such a little thing, too. You don't notice it unless you really look for it. But that's insane in my head. It works so well. And our striker sucks. Watkins needs to go. United will buy Watkins for like 80 mil to replace Sesko. And then they'll spend another 100 mil to replace Watkins the following year. And the money will slowly start drying up more. All right, maybe we should do a min range. I'm going to update what we said. So 3,000 players. We just went over 400K plus profit if we sold at 300 plus. Obviously, that's the minimum number because we'd sell a lot of things above that. So the average would be higher. But if we did 250 minimum as a more appropriate number of gain to sell within the hour to get thousands of sales throughout the week, let's do the math on that real quick. We would, oh, I did that wrong. 250 times 0.95 minus 150 times 3,000. We would make a minimum of 262,000 coins a week with our silver common investment, selling at 250, which is the bare minimum, right? Because we're talking about the things that we'd sell higher. But bare minimum, if we could sell for 250 within the hour on the low end and move them quickly, not only would we be able to reinvest in more anyways and bring that number up, that seems a lot more achievable. So if you guys get thousands of silvers in your club, which most people I don't think will get thousands. I think it'll be more along the lines of hundreds. Especially on if you're only doing it on the weekends, especially like today, like a Saturday. But even then, include like the big sales you're getting, include all the dupe flips. I think 100K a week minimum for a lot of people is very much on the table. And already, I don't know if you guys are struggling. I'm struggling to find a lot of open bids for 150 under a minute. But what is exciting about that more than anything for the next month, because it repeats weekly, is think of it like this. If you already had the coins to get, let's say, 1,000 to 2,000 silvers in your club, the money that you'd be able to reinvest would get you way more players. And even if you couldn't get more players than that, if you like physically could only get so many because you just can't bid on that many, or you're getting to a point where you have so many duplicates, your liquid coins would be way higher than you were the week previous with all the same players back in your club. So where if you want to do some higher end trading, if you want to do some more riskier stuff, you could just buy back the same silvers each week and just have more coins than you had the last. And either buy more silvers or diversify the investment or start doing the higher end stuff. What's the plan? Wobble, the plan is still sell at new content for daily SBCs for extendedly high prices, absurdly high prices. But the new min is weekly we get the reset of the pack, the tradable pack. So Saturday will be a huge supply day of silvers. If that's the case, we're going to try to get thousands for 150 during the weekends, and then throughout the week sell for 300 plus and get rid of almost every single silver that's not a Lib or Sud or top league or top nation maybe. So like all those kind of like off league ones that might become an SBC solution at one point. We might be selling some cards for 300 that might potentially go for 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 randomly. But if we take kind of our averages of this week with SBCs, I, on average, had 25 to 50 crazy price sales. But a majority of our sales, I would say, throughout the week for flipping have been a lot of our club stock at higher prices. So if all English cards went to 500 plus, that was a bulk of our sales. If all center backs went to 300 plus, but a lot were selling for 400 plus, that was a lot of our sales. It wasn't the bulk of our coins that we were making on the high end, big price players. It was a lot of just the bulk of what we already had. And I think doing the same thing would apply really well. Just through selling some dupes, I bought over 200 silvers and only gone down 12K. Yep. And you could probably start, if your transfer list is starting to sell quicker, and you're, like, if you look at my transfer list, I'm having trouble keeping 100 players on here. We're not bidding as fast as we are selling. I could probably start listing a lot of these for 250. I'm maybe going to start doing that too. If some of you want to test and start listing for 250, go ahead. I'm still going to, while we're winning bids, do the 200 just so we can keep club stocking. But we could probably keep moving this up. Problem is, though, I've only got 20K. Why do you only have 20K, buddy? Oh, because you just got the game Friday, right? I don't know what to do anymore. Sniping's quiet. Dude, I want to do BPM so bad right now. That's probably going to be tomorrow's stream. Tomorrow's stream, if we continue to get more liquid, if I have over 100K tomorrow, which I should, I think easily have over 100K again. Liquid. Should we do a stream where I do BPM until we pack the inform? Not ending the stream until we get the inform? Don't do BPM as bronzes are down? I disagree. I think doing BPM as an investment is worth it. BPM as BPM, I'd agree as well with you that bronzes are down. But also, too, today is probably the most demand for bronzes as well, low end. So it's a weird mix. I think weekly you'd be able to get a lot of additional bronze sales throughout the week on lower end stuff as people continue to do that SBC. But I think as a bulk of people do it on Saturday at new content, I think you're going to get a lot of sales on lower end stuff there. But I have an idea that I might start attempting to do once League SBCs come out. And I'm curious on your guys' take. Are you guys, say yes in chat if you're okay with me spieling for like the next 2 to 3 minutes. I just have a bunch of thoughts in my head that I'm going to lay out. And I'm curious on your guys' thoughts. But I need to just yap. Go ahead. Okay. Oh wait, hold on. Let me read this first. I bought a 2088. I bought 2088 rateds for 7.6K. They're at 8.6K. Should I cash in and hold because they'll be at 12K plus when SBC start flowing? My question would be, with the profit you'd make now and the coins you'd have liquid, is there something you could be doing that'd make you way more than holding until they're even higher? If you don't plan on doing much until later this week or when they would rise, maybe holding them makes sense. But if you could put those instantly into silvers for 150 like we've been talking about and flip these for 300 plus throughout the week, that's an infinitely better play in my opinion. Okay, let me yap for a few minutes. So I have a way that we could potentially make our Road to Glory video series better, make the streams better, and make League SBCs even better when they come out. So here's my idea. I showed off my club stock earlier, and the things I have the most of are silver commons. We're about to have over 3,000. Bronze rares, we have over 1,000. And then bronze commons, I think it had like 2,200 maybe. I don't really care. This might be a hot take. I really don't care about those bronze commons outside of the top nations and the top leagues. There might be times where, again, there's SBC solutions that shoot some of those up. But I think in terms of most of our profit and the thing we're focusing on most on is bronze rares and silver commons. I think if we continue to focus there and then make bronze upgrades with a lot of those bronze commons that we keep getting dupes and we keep quick selling as we're doing bronze pack method as the investment, I think if we start getting the habit of making an infinite amount of bronze upgrades to get silvers untradeable for League SBCs and to get some Sunderland players first owner, and then we make those into silver upgrades to get gold commons, and then we get those gold commons for League SBCs, and then we take the off leagues and we put those into gold upgrades for 2-player packs, I think that might be a good move to make additional packs early on here, to give more content for the RTGs, to get more ready for League SBCs and during League SBCs. And I think it gives us another aspect of something to work on. And I think the trade-off is infinitely more worth it. Because in my head, I'm thinking, okay, having those bronzes is nice and all. But I think I would much rather have untradeable golds that are somewhat meta now before they go down in price. And then I think, especially too with repeatable SBCs, if gold commons don't really go up so much from repeatable SBCs, I think it would be nice to still have a way to do them without just flipping the gold commons. If we can sell the gold commons for 400 plus like we did last week, sweet. I'll get a lot of 400 to 450 sales. And then the rest I don't sell, we keep for daily SBCs. But if I can get in the habit of each week, regardless of how bad the repeatable is, I can build up like 25 to 100 of those because we're consistently spamming BPM. We're consistently making upgrades. I think that just gives us a whole element to the RTG that we might be missing now. I feel like, in my head at least, when I'm critiquing my content, I think the thing that's a little bit disconnected is we've had really good pack luck for the limited packs we've opened, but most of those packs have come through objectives and rewards in the daily SBCs. I haven't really gone the repeatable route yet. I know that will drastically change once League SBCs become available, but I think I would like to start taking advantage of repeatable SBCs each week if we can. I think that'd be the next greatest thing. In any sort of coins we'd lose on those, because remember, right? Now comes the next level of thinking. If I start putting those bronzes in, the logic I would say to myself where it wouldn't be worth it would be those would eventually sell for 200. Each bronze upgrade I'm putting in is essentially 2,200 coins I'm missing out on, right? 2,200 coins that I'd eventually make minimum, SBC solution cards that shoot them to the moon. But if I keep the top nations, if I keep the top leagues, those would work as well. So it's like I minimize that risk, but then we're also dipping into our listing them. If I'm listing all these bronze commons that would eventually sell for 200, we're not listing silvers instead. So we're missing out on all the silver profit. I think if we go full force silver commons, especially weekly now that we get a huge supply of silvers and bronzes, I think if we start doing upgrades this next week, we do one more push for top 25 in the world for squad value. Once we hit it, we then fully commit to that. I think that will become really good. How does that sound to you guys? What are some good things with that? What are some potentially bad things? I think we'll make so many coins from silvers, we don't really have to worry about the bronzes. And it would allow us to do bronze pack method more often and a little bit more guilt-free with where we're at now, which is basically quick selling a majority of each pack. I mean, I don't need the coins I have, so many to work with still. Okay. What you could do is you could hedge a little bit. You could sell a fraction of it. Maybe if you have 20, keep 15, sell 5, and then with those 5, invest in silvers or stuff like that. Today I found a low effort method of getting items 550, 600 coins and practically instant selling for 900 to 1,000. Nice. Are you baiting us into asking you and you're going to tell it, or are you saying it to flex and not tell us? W either way. I found a sniping 200 method that you could almost guaranteed sell for 500 plus within the hour. That we attempted to do yesterday. It was working really well. For the limited we did. Not silver related. Okay, we are... If we get to the point where silver commons are selling for 200 within 45 minutes, or within 15 minutes, I think I'm going to start listing for 250. We're at 33 right now, so it's staying relatively the same. Pizza, pizza. Imagine we made like 50K today just flipping these dupes for the minimum coins we could get. How degenerate would that be? Alright, let me do one last hurrah to see if we can fill up our transfer list. And then we're going to switch to PS5 and do some draft. Sound good? Now the question is, for bronze upgrade and silver upgrades, Pale Tools would probably be the best way to do that, right? I do Pale Tools, exclude top leagues, like only use non-top leagues. And then I can put in only bronze commons. The only negative thing with that, and it's not an issue if we're still club stocked on silvers, but would be a good back and forth, would be we'd have untradeable silvers in our club, which would not allow us to bid on silver commons in its place and store. But if we're constantly then turning those silvers into golds, that'd be fun. I won't tell how too selfish, and it wouldn't work anymore, even if a couple people joined. Makes sense. Alright, so we're bid banned on PS4 now. We were bid banned on PS5. Let's go check to see on PS5 if we're unbid banned. And if we are, we'll keep bidding and fill. If we're still bid banned, we'll do draft. Either way, draft and gameplay is coming. Let's see, 9:26. So I have how much? I have 3 minutes, 7 minutes. Oh, did we just go back on PS4? Oh no, we're on PS5. If I played much Rush this year, I've played a single game of Rush and I won it. And scored a goal and 2 assists with Granit Xhaka. Taylor Harwood Bellis was 23 mil to Saints. Jacob Graves was 21.5 mil to ICFC. Is that a switch? John Vestergaard was 18 mil to Leicester. Mukiele was 12 mil to Sunderland. That's wild. Please be on Bidbend. Please be on Bidbend. Yes. Let's go. Cold. Bum, 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 bum. So now, if we broke it up into chunks, I'm trying to think of the best way to do this. I think for me, just listing 100 cards from my club daily, low to high, off leagues, off nations for 300. Relisting what doesn't sell. Adding more cards. If we sold 300 to 500 a day, I think that's the perfect amount. Probably closer to 500. Especially if we're counting like Saturday, Sunday as the bidding days. Because now we got to think about restocking. Restocking is going to take more than one day. Like Saturday will be a lot. But also we'll restock throughout the week. Not every card is going to be a 150 bid restock. Throughout the week, it's going to look like bidding 200 and restocking for things we sold for 300 plus. So I think that's going to be a constant process as well. But I think selling a bulk of what we have, consistently flipping that, needs to be the move. I probably sound like a broken record right now, but that's really exciting. Because we made $1 mil plus the first week, the way we're already doing it. I feel like this way for the next month will have its limits to a certain extent, but be worth it too. Now, for me, my plan with bronze rares will be I will get rid of bronze rares in my club whenever we get a icon SBC, where it's a full bronze rare team needed and a full silver rare team needed. That will be when I offload all my off-league bronze rares. Once those go to like 300, 400. Otherwise, it just makes sense holding those. At 120k is now a good time to get club stock and some silvers. Yep, you can get them for 150 still. Slowly becoming a little bit harder, but now's the best time. Yep, we're just discussing the plan for throughout the week now that we have so many in our club. Okay. Let's try it. Let's see if I can get a full transfer list. It's a good thing that we can't, but I'm still trying. It's a good problem to have that we can't. What's the math on 200? How much profit is that per card? for the flips? The dupes. 40. So we'd have to basically, for every 4 dupes we sell, we can put another card in our club is a way to look at it. So this versus the gold commons, this is obviously the infinitely clear way to go when it comes to the low end flipping dupes for profits while you're club stocking. So before, when we were talking about the gold commons, refilling our club with those, bidding the 300, getting a sale within the hour for 350. This would be like the even better version of that with a higher potential to rise. And like percentage wise, the greater percentage return because it's a lower number. It's half the price that we're bidding. Maybe if I go like a minute out. Maybe if I did set positions too. Like if I did defenders. Here we go. This might be helpful to you guys. I'm going to retest this out. Feel free to do this with midfielders. Feel free to do this with attackers. If you're wanting to see more consistent open bids where you're not really having competition, you go to like a minute out. I just be careful what you're bidding on. Maybe avoid like the top leagues or like the England cards. You can try to win them, but you're probably going to get outbid. Styles is a 70 rated. That's diabolical. I saw you had a really good game for West Brom last week. I saw Sheffield United got their first win of the season today. I think it was against Oxford. The team that lost to Sunderland in the playoffs is in dead last in the championship. It's crazy. Just the butterfly effect, man. Yes, a new sub card. Let's go. Anytime I get a card that's new and it's Lib or Sun, I'm so happy. And again, remember, if you're doing a club sell-off like us this week, keep the Libs and Suds. Do not get rid of those. The dupes you can sell, but do not sell the ones in your club. You will be very sorry. Hey man, if you don't mind, what's the reason you support Sunderland? Do you have family from the UK? I don't have family from the UK, so my best friend is a United supporter. I grew up in an Italian family, so I would watch AC Milan games, but I didn't have a Premier League club that I really watched growing up. So whenever we played FIFA and we used Premier League teams, I would just randomize. I did a randomized, landed on Sunderland, started using Sunderland in FIFA when I was a little kid. Liked the team, started watching them, fell in love with them, and ever since I fell in love with them, they've been pure absolute bollocks, horrible. And it's been nothing but pain for a majority of the time supporting them. Literally, almost every single year I've supported them, they've been either relegated or barely avoiding relegation. The past 3 years have been a blessing. But I wouldn't change it for the world, man. I think very often how it would feel to support a different club or like a world where that would even happen. And it's crazy to me because it's like the love I have for Sunderland, both the city, the people, the players, the club, like everything. It's just wild. If I did move to Europe, I would definitely go there. First time leaving the United States is going to be next summer to go to Italy. But the next time I leave the United States after that, I want to go to Sunderland and then go tour a bunch of football stadiums across the UK. Yeah, this might be overpowered, guys. Do either defenders, midfielders, or attackers and go like 2 minutes out. The wave of bids you're going to be able to do without other people being bidding at the same time will work wonders. Alright, so all the gold sold. Nice. What are we at club value-wise? $511. We're so close, boys. We're so close to that top 25. I think I'm going to call it after 25. Because top 10 would have to be a ridiculous amount. So what we could do is we could go back to gold common bidding real quick after this. Because that would take us there, most likely. We're starting to get outbid 200. Let's go. I like the fact that's happening. Means the market's slowly rising, for sales at least. Alright. Final stretch, boys. We're almost there. I don't know how many bids that will take. But let's start bidding. On gold commons again. You could do silver rares as well. Because I don't have like any silver rares in my club. But those aren't guaranteed to sell within the hour. I think this is the highest I've ever been. We got top 100 the past few years, but I don't think I ever got the top 25. I might try to go back in next week if it hasn't risen too much. But we shall see. The nice thing, though, that I just thought of for bronzes, silvers, and golds, if we have a crap ton of tradables in our club and we pack untradables through the bronze upgrade, silver upgrade, and gold upgrade, we have 100 transfer or 100 dupe storage spots. So that's not really a problem having something in the club. That's actually a benefit because we have a whole nother place to put them. So I'm liking that idea of BPM into that stuff even more. And also, too, I'm now looking at BPM not only as the investment, obviously, side of the high-end stuff for marquee matchups and other daily SBCs, the top leagues, league SBC cards. I'm looking at it from a perspective of the managers, badges and kits not as much anymore. But I can be extremely wasteful with them now if I'm focusing on making coins with silvers. Because whatever minute loss we'd potentially get on it, we're making infinitely more in the silvers. So that means we can just go as crazy as we want with BPM and not have to worry about it. Or gold commons. Alright. I'll try to bid. We're going to have a lot of dupes that will take a little bit to sell for these gold commons. I'll try to get the coins kind of as low as possible will be the way I look at it. Knowing that we'll come back once we sell the dupes. But that'll be my indicator if we're at a spot where we might be top 25. So let's try to bid all the way down as close to 0 as I can. And then we'll check. Another nice thing will be when Call of Duty comes out, off stream when I'm playing Call of Duty a ton, it'll be nice to have kind of a club stock slash thing we can constantly just have an endless supply of in our club to sell. I think silvers and golds will be that. Just keep continuing to club stock and then get a full transfer list of things selling. Rinse and repeat, rinse and repeat. Dang, we've been live for 2.5 hours already. Time has flown by, man. Absolutely flown by. Dude, Kevin's a baller, bro. How long do you guys think Kevin's going to stay at Fulham? Bum, 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 bum. Stashing. Not only was it crazy, the signings that Sunderland made, the ones that Sunderland didn't make, I think, are potentially even more important. Sunderland had Llorente signed for 20 mil on the wing. That, I don't know if it was like an agent disagreement or something, last minute kind of broke down. He was on a private jet on the way over before he signed, and it fell apart. Besides that, stashing that guy we just looked at, that gold Cobbin, Sunderland were tracking him a few years ago when he was worth under 5 mil. We were trying to get him for 2.5. They said no. Now he's like upwards of 30-40 million they want for him. And Sunderland was willing to spend up to 25, and they said no. That was another 25 mil that has been able to be spent, I feel like, better on the squad. And Sunderland missed out on, he played, I think, against, what, Aston Villa the other day? Lukimi, center back for Bologna. They wanted 30 mil for him, even though his contract runs out at the end of the year. Player wanted the Sunderland move. The club was unwilling to sell, and he's not wanting to sign a new contract. So Sunderland might go back in for him at a discounted price this winter, which is wild. Sunderland's gonna have like 15 center backs that are all ballers at this point. We'll do one more round of bidding, and then we'll check the value again. But the nice thing with bronze upgrade and silver upgrades this year is we could basically save all our silver upgrades. Are you going common unassigned? No, we're just trying to fill in the ones we don't have in our club for club value to get top 25 in the world. What was I saying? Shoot, what was I saying? Oh, but now that since last year they make it so the same pack gets saved in the same spot, they just update the number. That's going to be so nice for just getting an infinite amount of those packs just chilling there. We don't have to open all of them to basically have that ready to go. The nice thing is you could like do it throughout the week. I could have days where I'm spamming BPM and we save up the bronze upgrades and silver upgrades. Then we get a new team of the week where there's a bronze or silver that's in the team of the week, and we try to get untradeable through those. We could save them for like League SBCs where it's like, all right, we're going to try League SBCs in bulk, or we want to do like 5 to 10 a day. Let's now open these for those. Or like repeatables on Mondays. If not this week, but next week, it's like a player pick with mainly gold commons. I could just save up like 100 plus of the silver upgrades and then go crazy on that. Yep, we invested in hundreds of gold commons last week for 300 and sold most of them for 400, 450, even though the repeatable wasn't that great on Monday. And then we sold some leftovers for 350. But then we had like marquee matchups, daily SBCs that shot a lot of things to the moon too. So they're worth club stocking still, in my opinion. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it. On any console, PC, you name it. Top 25 in the world for club value. Wow. Absolutely ridiculous. I could potentially push for top 10. I don't know if I have the liquid coins right now. Maybe next week we try if I want a club stock. But man, that experiment went really well. We have so many things in our club that we're going to be able to flip for a really good profit. Liquid coins should continue to go up. But man, GG's, boys. All right, so now we're going to go back to silver commons. Let's check one more time. Then I promise I'm going to go play draft. And we're going to see if this meta team can win the draft. We just had to finish that out. GG's, thank you, buddy. Alright. So once those gold commons dupe sell, and the rest of those silver dupes sell, we should still have, I think, another like 65k. So we're in a really good spot to continue flipping these silvers and club stock even more. I'm now debating what's the best use of our time for bidding for today and tomorrow. We could start listing some things for 250, but obviously I think for if we're mass bidding, trying to get as many in our club as possible, just having the transfer list sell quicker is the way to go. But yeah. Is the 90k pack worth it? What's the 90k pack in the store right now? I don't think I saw it yet. Rated 81, rated or higher? I feel like if you're using FIFA points, that's a decent pack, especially this early, to get some good untradeable players. It's untradeable, so you're not getting coins back. If you're spending 90k coins, you'll probably get more than 90k worth of value. What are the odds for a promo card? %9.1% chance at a cornerstone player. But not only is it an 81-20, it's by position. I'm not doing it. Gameplay's already in the mud? Really? Is it bad today? So another thing we could do too, I might try it throughout the week. If we can still bid 150 today and tomorrow, hypothetically, and I notice that, like, let's say defenders sell a little quicker for the 200 than other positions, and then like maybe center backs go for a little more, I might just mass bid, continue mass bidding on a type, a position, and try to get 100 plus per card consistently if we're waiting to sell what's in our club. We shall see. We shall see. All right, I'm not going to be able to get a full transfer list. Let's check this real quick. It's still hovering around 30 minutes. That'll be interesting to track into tomorrow. All right. Ladies and gentlemen, it is draft time, boys. We did a draft off of stream or on a previous RTG episode or on stream. And so I can't remember when we did it. Oh, we drafted on stream. I remember that for sure. We got Zidane. We got Etso. It's a really good draft. We won the first round. The question is, will we continue winning? can we go far in this draft? I'm going to do it right now. Let's see how we do. Come on, baby. Draft day today. I sold my meta expensive defenders, so I'm not doing div rivals today. We'll probably buy them back maybe once we start selling the silvers. So maybe like Sunday, Monday. We shall see.
Hello from the northeast of England. This is the
Come on.
the Stadium of Light. I'm Derek Ray, and joining me to provide expert analysis is Sue Smith. And with the
Oh, he's got a good team.
Nicely, we should be in
Dembele? He's got a Dembele? He's got Ibra? Nah, bruh. What's this team?
And I'm hoping the football lives up to it.
I'm scared.
So underway here. Let's see what this game has in store for us. And here's the kicker's starting lineup. Gianluigi Donnarumma stands between the posts.
Good block.
Zinedine Zidane. Vinicius Junior. And in with a real chance.
Yes, sir! Vinny! Cold! So, I said this the other day, but I watched a video on defending. It's helped a bit. I now jockey a lot more and put myself in better positions. I will still concede a lot of goals, but I'm noticing at least some improvements. And for an RTG, that's all I can hope for is some improvements.
Very effective pass. Emre Can. Opportunity here.
Good goal.
To square the game. What a contest this is turning out to be. Eto. Playing with patience. Surely.
Good block.
Anticipation.
Ooh! That was such a delayed call.
That's a good-looking ball.
Good block.
Tremendous block. Hugo Sanchez.
Nice.
Collected with considerable ease. Fernandez. Is with Vinicius Junior. Vinicius Junior. Oh, this is looking promising. And this might not be the ideal situation
Oh.
for them. Able to get a body in the way. Zidane.
Dang it.
Zidane on the ball. Zlatan Ibrahimovic.
Great bait. Beautiful defending. You see how I dropped off there and then took my second defender in and he tried to force it?
Now Zidane.
Nice move.
Fernandez. Attacking with vigor. Camavinga. Well, it could be on for him here.
No! I tried to sweat! Oh, gosh.
Opportunity in the
Why didn't I just take the shot, man?
He's gone short with it. Well, chance perhaps.
I don't like when they Trivella when I'm not trying to Trivella.
But it didn't quite happen.
Yeah, there's a real sharpness to his play. Getting into good positions on a regular basis, isn't he?
Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility. A real
Good shot.
and a goal. They would not
I shouldn't have played short on the corner kick. That was my bad.
Now they hold the lead. Eduardo Camavinga. A textbook interception. Dembele. Able to skip past his man.
Dang it, gave him too much space! Oh, I'm falling apart, boys.
1, 2 in quick succession. No wonder they're celebrating.
I didn't pass there. I passed to my defensive mid.
Oh, good vision.
Oh, gosh.
Good hand on that one.
I'm dodging defending all of a sudden. I'm hit or miss now. I thought I got better at it, but I guess I haven't.
Let's see about the delivery.
This has been comfortable, hasn't it? That back line just don't seem to have an answer. There's a real quality when they go forward. The movement, the crisp passes. I wonder how
Oh, a
many...
chance, Sue. Oh, moving it nicely. Oh, top goalkeeping.
Oh.
He's driven in the corner. Beautiful pass.
Doku, brother.
And a throw in forthcoming. Just like that, they have the ball again. Garcia. Well, this could really help the cause.
Oh, Camavinga.
It looked as though it had a chance. Dembele. Well, very effective play in possession. Can he?
There we go.
Enzo Fernandez. That's a good-looking ball. And in the right position to read
Dang
it.
it, dude.
Vitor Ferreira. Zidane on the ball. Eduardo Camavinga.
I had him beat too, and I did that touch at a bad angle, man.
You see, again and again and again. Well, after pressing like that, maybe the short route to goal. Not a huge chunk of added time. 1 minute. And with that, the first half comes to an end here at the...
Some promising things in the first half. Some defending I got to improve on. Passing decisions I'm making are a little wonky too. Let's see if I can turn it around. Hamschick will bring in. Ederson will bring in. That should be good. All right. Can we sweat it out?
Into the second half then. Will it be more of the same from the kickers? Federico Valverde. Very alert defending to put a stop to the chance. Camavinga. Might be a chance to break. Marek Hamsik. Can they open them up?
Dude, I played that to Zidane! Oh my gosh!
Plenty of support here.
It's so frustrating when you know where you want to play and it's still not going there.
Sanchez. Pressing like that will help the cause.
Good shot.
Perhaps. Oh, brilliant goalkeeping. Short corner favoured. Now what can they do from here? It wasn't straightforward for the keeper, but making it look routine. Camavinga. Good run, very much in control of the situation.
Bro.
On the ball, Sanchez. Thierry Correa. And it's Ibrahimovic finding a forward gear. Can he produce? Well, breaking at pace is always a possibility.
Dude.
Passing sequence that's easy on the eye. And danger dealt with for now.
I'm just one pass away
You just got to get rid.
each time.
Putting all their energies into winning back possession. Zinedine Zidane. And teammates around him.
There we go. We back, baby. Even your mum was going to the FC 26 stage, but wanted to drop in with a like and quick hello. What's up, buddy? Hopefully you're doing well, man. Come on. Don't call it a comeback.
Well, the action underway once more. No shortage of entertainment. 3-2. Sanchez. Well, a decent position for the kickers to find themselves in. Intercepting it intelligently. Camavinga. Jeremy Doku.
There we go. Come on, baby. Come on, baby. Pressure's on him. I'm expected to lose. He has the better team. Come on.
Valverde. And possession changing hands.
Yeah, you can see that they're a really well-coached side, can't you?
How did he give that up so easily?
That's very intelligent play to win back possession. Eduardo Camavinga. Doku. Samuel Eto'o. Teasing ball in.
Come on! Yes! Woo! Come on, baby.
So back underway. This is extraordinary what we're witnessing here.
Hold the line.
Pereira. Well, the kicker's looking dangerous.
Offsides. Nope, I kept him on. Dang it.
Camavinga. Teamwork and passing in evidence. Well, it was a good-looking sequence, but it comes to an end. Dembele. Teammates available.
Gave him too much space. I thought I could block that if I waited.
2 goals in quick succession. Now they have the lead. No,
I did pass to him. I passed to Camavinga. Oh my gosh.
lovely weight. Tenacious challenge.
That's a cracking bit of defending, that, wasn't it?
No.
Long-range effort. Well, it wasn't a high percentage chance to add to their advantage, but an opportunity nonetheless.
Well, that's unlucky. It's not far away, but they'll be hoping that they don't rue these missed opportunities.
Frimpong. Now with Hamsik.
I shot. Woo! It didn't register my shot.
On the ball, Sanchez. And he did well to cut it out. We might very well have late excitement here. 5 minutes to go. And just 1 goal between.
Right into his feet. I hate it here. I'm so bad at passing.
Hugo Sanchez. It's looking promising. Superb defensive judgment to end the attack.
Well, you can tell the crowd sense something here. It's getting late, but they're really pushing the team on
Look at
now.
this. A goal. Sheer excitement. Level again.
Let's go. Zidane's passing so good, bro.
Well, for neutrals, this is a joy. 5.
Okay, just need to get one defensive stop.
Hugo Sanchez. A goal here could
Next goal wins, essentially.
Hugo Sanchez. Dembele on the ball. Ibrahimovic. Opportunity.
Okay.
Chance.
Oh, added time.
Is that after 90 minutes? They are level.
Oh, gosh, bro. It's going to be more and more tiring. There's going to be, I'm calling it right now, there's going to be 5 goals in this.
Well, they've already served up 90 minutes of drama. Now for more. Oh, good-looking run. Opportunity.
Good start.
Oh, they've done it. They've forged ahead. And it must be...
Until Loki looks like Obama in that angle.
Zinedine Zidane. On to Vitinha. A really single-minded piece of defending to make sure nothing untoward happened. Zinedine Zidane. And finding the flow. Garcia. Who can he pick out? Decent position. Perhaps they can counter from here. This looks more than decent. Well, they need to get...
Complete mess up on my end.
The equaliser. Hamsik is with Vinicius Junior. Zinedine Zidane.
There we go.
This time it's in.
Right back.
Goal. And just look at the celebrations. The kickers might be able to profit.
Good block.
A bit of headway.
Why did he save that? Ederson! Come off your line, bro.
Corner.
What do you mean you couldn't go for that?
Played over. Couldn't really direct it where
Dude, if he would have scored on that corner kick.
Hamsik. Here's Eto. Now, who can he play it to? And he's in. And you cannot
There we
overlook
go.
with a hat-trick. Simply unstoppable today.
8-6. Can we go the rest of this half without conceding?
Dembele. On the ball, Sanchez. Well, that's how to keep the opposition at bay. If you're wondering about stoppage time, 1 minute to be added on. Can he put it in? Oh, blocked it! Fran Garcia. Well,
Dude.
that's it for the first period.
Dude, this is so sweaty. Look at how low energy Zidane is. We got to keep him in, though. This passing's too good.
Well, who is going to come out on top? Let's see if we
I can't do pens, man.
period of extra time.
Good win.
Nicely timed tackle. Teammates available. Might be
Yes.
a chance to break. Eto through on goal.
Come on, baby. Come on.
Lead just gets bigger.
As long as I keep any sort of possession. And he doesn't score instantly on kickoff.
So they restart the game, but that goal truly feels like the final nail.
There we go.
Frimpong. UAE.
I passed that. Before that, I was being cheeky, but I passed way before that. I don't know why it didn't register. If that cost me the game, I deserve it.
Eduardo Camavinga.
Oh,
Is with Vinicius Junior. defence around him.
No.
Zinedine Zidane.
No. No. I'm fumbling. I'm folding so hard.
And it sets up a furious finish. Fran Garcia. Ederson. Jeremy Frimpong. Possession often the best form of defence.
No. No.
There to intervene. Can they get themselves level? What was the chance they could get caught out on the break here? And no let up. Such an ambitious run. For this game anyway, and defeat for the visitors. To the disappointment.
Oh my gosh. I was close. Wait, how many goals did I say were going to be that half? It was 5-5. Finished 9-8. Jeez, man. 7-6. 9-8. Absolute shootouts, man. Crazy, bro. Absolutely wild. All right, let's hop into another one. All right, from here on out, I think rewards are decent.
Atmospheric Stadium of Light. I'm Guy Mowbray, and alongside me for commentary is Sue Smith. And
All right, what's his midfield? What's attack looking like?
From this one, Sue.
It's a pleasure to be
Okay,
anticipating a
not as good of a team as last round,
certainly been buzzing in here.
but I feel like this guy's going to be better.
We're not disappointed.
There's the first touch, and we're underway. A promising move stalls. This is the visitors' team for today. Wojciech Szczesny stands between the
Oh, gameplay feels faster this game.
He plays alongside Bruno
It's a little
Fernandes
sped up.
in central midfield, and leading the attack is Emilio Butragueño.
Offsides?
Cuts inside. Well, that hasn't taken long. In front already. So it's 1-0 as the game restarts. Camavinga. Garcia. Onto Camavinga.
Oh gosh,
Read the pass well and cuts it out.
already falling apart.
Oh, good ball over the top. That set up the chance. And the attack collapses.
Yeah, I'd like to have seen a bit more quality in the final third there.
Butragueño. Rivaldo.
Good tackle.
Very quick to close down. Eto. Promising look looking attack, this. Chance for the equaliser.
Oh,
Crucial defending.
Saliba, bro.
Corner is fired in. Good header, just over.
Yeah, it's a good delivery as well, and he manages to get on the end of it, but just lacks that little bit of accuracy.
Dejan Kulusevski. Now with Fernandez. That's a good ball. And on to Fernandez. Fernandez. Opportunity here. And he's won the ball to stop the goal.
Yeah, I love that tackle. It's a cracking bit of defending.
Too long in the ball, man.
It's a confident push forward.
Good ball.
Lovely pass, the ticket to be in.
Good block.
Fancy kept that out.
Camera's up, buddy.
All about split-second reactions, and he showed us just how sharp he is. That's a great stop.
Well, comfortably off target in the end. That'll be a goal kick.
Yeah, I think you have to credit the defending there. Just enough pressure to put him off at that vital moment.
Brother.
Not so much given away.
Step to
Only
it.
one. Kulusevski. Fernandez. Butragueño. And there's another one. Valuable breathing space for them now. So the lead is now 2 as the game restarts.
I'm folding so hard this game.
That's not a bad looking ball. Rivaldo.
I'm folding so hard. Fumbling so hard, man.
Save.
Oh, it's a wonderful save. It comes at him quickly, very little time to react, but he just manages to keep it out. It's great goalkeeping.
Where's that run he's making?
Eto. It's a good feel to this attack. Still allowed to run on here.
Thank you.
And it's going to be a penalty. And the card's out. It's yellow.
Yeah, he had to be booked as well, didn't he?
To pull one back. And they have paid the penalty.
Here we go.
It's been dispatched.
Come back, boys.
Off we go at 2-1 now. Pushing forward. There are choices on. Oh, no doubt he's going into the book for that one.
Just a yellow, that's fine.
He does produce the yellow.
Yeah, it wasn't a
I
good
got scared
foul,
there for a
was it?
second.
It's a long way out. And he's made it easy for the keeper with that one. Zinedine Zidane.
Why is Vinny not creating more separation with that back line?
And Burma.
Last game he was running so far beyond.
Butragueño. Lovely ball. This could lead to something. The ball taken away from them.
I played that out wide, but alright.
Rivaldo. This is looking good. What next? Real opportunity. And the tackle spot on. Zidane. Samuel Eto'o. Vinicius Junior. Gets in the way superbly.
That was really
Messed that
good
up too.
timing, wasn't it?
And this could be the moment for a counter.
I got a deflection on that! Oh my gosh!
It's a goal. That's a real settler for
I got a foot on that, bro.
now. chance of anything developing disappears.
Oh, gosh.
Emilio Butragueño. And it's on now. Oh, that's a great block.
Good F.
There's
We're fighting.
the whistle here in Sunderland.
Comeback could still be on. Alright, it's time. Emshigan, Ederson on. Come on. Away the lads.
So away we go then for the second half.
I did pass there! Oh gosh, that was to my defensive mid.
Teeing up the chance now. Reinders. Oh, worth a
Block.
shot. And somehow he saved it at full stretch. What a kick played in. Having a try.
Brother, what was that shot?
Super shot reactions.
Alright, get it out. There we go.
Maybe only a half chance. It's missed by quite a distance.
Yeah, this is great defending. There's so much pressure on him just as he's about to head this. Means he can't hit the target.
Zinedine Zidane. This is better, but they
Dude,
have to make the
nobody's making the runs they were making last
where the
game.
pass was intended to go.
Vinny's not really making runs. Ito's standing on that back line.
An opportunity to counter.
Where's Ninja with the I'm not seeing enough movement?
By a top draw tackle. This could be dangerous, but nothing will come from it thanks to some astute defending. Positive play on the front foot. But not the end result they wanted from an encouraging position. Well, of all the players we're watching today, would you agree that he'd certainly get good marks so far?
Yeah, that's been a good half for him. Clinical with his finish, but he's maintained an intensity to his performance.
Great chance here. Oh, I don't believe
Where's the 8120 everyone's talking about? It's in the 90K back in the store.
Vinicius Junior. And on to Hampshire.
There we go. Finally, dude.
They're back in this game.
Horrible goal, but I'll take it.
Well, this is a neat and tidy finish. His movement is great. He finds a yard of space, and then it's so composed.
Open invitation on the wing here. Opportunity here.
Good block.
Shall not pass. Doku. Now with Hampshire. Zinedine Zidane. Samuel Eto'o.
What was that?
Big instinct there to cut it out. Counter-attack coming, away they go. It's a really good break, this. Doesn't want to lose it now. Zidane.
Bro, what are these passes? I'm losing my mind. Last game they were perfect passes. Now it's like I forgot how to pass.
Here. Chance to deliver into the box. Excellent reading of the game to win the ball.
trucker.
Reinders. Brian and Burma. Tijani Reinders. That was a really good spot.
Yeah, he got himself in a great position there.
Mark Gay.
Well, as soon as they won the ball back, there was an almighty roar. The fans are trying to push the team forward and get an equaliser.
That's a good pass. They could level it here. And
There
they
we go.
beat the comeback from being 2 goals down.
Just need to be patient with the passes. Thank you, buddy. You're facing a much better setup defense, so they'll be tracked. That's where the patience comes in right there. That additional pass, too.
Goal isn't far away. Kulusevski. Not looking to force the chance just yet. Butragueño. Butragueño. It's in. And it's their game to lose from here. So they kick off with only a few minutes left to respond. Hamshik. Could they take advantage here? Time's starting to be the enemy now. What a chance and an astonishing miss.
But you always hope for one more chance, and that was it. Not sure they're going to get another one now.
Rivaldo. On they go under no real pressure. Does anybody want to make a challenge here? Oh, what a chance!
GG.
And
GG.
another. 2 goals in a matter of minutes.
I need to get better.
No wonder they're celebrating. Incredible.
Fuck, yeah. I need to get better.
Really good interception to take the ball. That was a really poor challenge.
We'll take the rewards. See what we get.
And the shot thwarted. And this could be the moment for a counter. And they profit from this. Vinicius Junior. And the keeper reads it well and saves. It's put into the middle. Or he tried to power it in when composure was surely the key. Kulusevski. Rivaldo. Just a little untidy. The attack broken up. Bruno Fernandes. What a chance!
I'm folding so hard.
To put a rubber stamp of approval on everything that they've shown us today. Neto.
GG.
So the Red Bulls
Alright,
close the
let's see what rewards we get. Semi-final loss. Premium Gold Players Pack and a Premium Gold Pack. Let's go. We'll start with the Premium Gold Pack. Of course. All right. Can we make money on this? Can we get a walkout? No walkout. But does he go for anything? He was in for him last week. Oh no, it's Kulu. Never mind. Does Nunez have value? Kulu doesn't. Oh. L. Alright, we'll chuck those in the club. We'll see what has value later. Boom, boom. do 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 do. All right, those sold. Skelly. Take like a 600 for him right now. All right, let me get a bowl of oatmeal real quick as my pre-workout. We'll be live for probably the next 45 minutes. We're gonna keep grinding. Should we do marquee matchups? We could do marquee matchups. We're pretty club stocked. Let's have that be the next thing we do. All right, be right back. right, boys. All right, cool. Just joined. What's the new content? We got a prime bronze players upgrade, a prime silver player upgrade that you can do every single day or once a week for the next month. So you get a daily or weekly tradable pack of a lot of silvers and a lot of bronzes. So the market today allowed us to get a lot of cheap pickups. And then throughout the week, we're going to sell for a lot of coins profit. Remember you doing something with drafts last year where you do an online draft and quit first game? Is that still something you do? We tested losing a first round and had other people try it. The issue is there's a more enforced rule on quitting this year. So that makes it harder. On top of that, they keep giving us like a mini amount of coins, like 2.5k coins in a gold pack as like the lowest reward. Like the better rewards are better than last year, but the lowest rewards are less rewarding. So a first round online draft quit is less rewarding than winning an offline draft AFK. So this year I'm not planning to do that, which sucks. I would have loved to do that again, but at least of right now, it doesn't seem to be worth it. I can, I don't want to try quitting. I was going to say I can start one and quit and see what we get, but... Alright, silver. Is there any silver movement? Let's see. 16 minutes now. Okay. It's going down still. Can you recap short what your plan is from now on? What do you do with weekdays versus weekend? The weekly refresh of a lot of bronzes and silvers on the market will mean the best day to pick them up is Saturday, today, and probably tomorrow, Sunday. So my weekly plan, now instead of just holding everything and just sell when daily SBCs are coming, I still want to do that for a lot of cards, but I'm going to get in the habit of weekdays, start selling off silver commons for hopefully 300 plus, a lot of the lower end ones. Throughout the day, keep relisting them. And then by the end of the week, we'll hopefully have thousands upon thousands of sold, where we get basically double our coins. We did the math with what we have in our club. Bare minimum, we would be netting 450,000 coins profit. So our liquid coins would become probably close to $1 million just from the silver commons in our club. That's not mentioning the dupe flips. That's not mentioning the SBC solutions, but strictly just picking up silvers when they're at their absolute lowest and extreme bulk on the weekends versus selling during the week. We're going to experiment with that this week. I've been winning offline drafts while watching YouTube and made a little coins, but nothing drastic. Yeah. For me, my thing with doing that, like if I can AFK and I'm like recording a video and stuff, I feel like it might be worth it, especially if we have a lot of coins. But I would much rather just like do low end trading, make a quick 15K, and do a draft that way, and then whatever you get, or like open a 7.5K pack. Alright. Should I start listing for 250 now? We're ending stream soon. Oh. Maybe we compare price. We don't see the card there. Nah, I'm just list 250. Feels way harder to make coins this year. I don't know though. Might just be me. Yes and no. I feel like in general, it might be a little bit more difficult this year compared to last year to make coins. But there's so many ways to make coins that I don't even know if that statement's true. Like, what did you do last year normally to make coins versus, like, what have you been doing now that you feel like it's not working? Let's use you as an example. Thank you. Do silver rares will not be as good as commons this year? Nope. I think there's still going to be a value to them, but they changed two things with silver rares. They made it so the minimum bid on any card is 300 instead of a lot of them being 250. So that instantly minuses 50 coins profit from club stocking for 250. But the most important thing is it allowed us a group of silver rares to sell for 300 when we'd get dupes. Right now, we have to list everything at 350 lowest price, and most things are not going for 350. So when it comes to silver commons, your ability to club stock and flip in the moment, it's a lot easier because they're basically always going for 200 plus. Today is the lowest they've been on the market, where they're 200 within the hour. But once they go back up, people start bidding 200 instead of 150, yada yada. They'll have the additional value to them. I still think it's worth investing in them. I wouldn't do it as your way of making coins with them, though. I'd club stock as an investment with a lot of top nations for silver rares specifically. You can do like off leagues and stuff as well. Not top nations for silver rares if you want to club stock even more. But at the moment, it seems less likely. I can show you some of my off-league silver rare sales we've made this week. There's one for 4.7k. That's when we had the striker evo. So it's like things like that will be more useful. That's when they'll have more value. Argentina. But like organically on the market, they're not going to have the flips. Do you recommend doing bronze upgrades with off-leagues bronzes or saving them? So that's where I'm going to have you guys go two different routes. I'm personally, now that I'm top 25 in the world, going to start incorporating that. Previously, we were just stockpiling everything to keep it for like daily SBCs and stuff. If you're not listing anything else, you're doing no other trading and your transfer list is sitting blank, a lot of those you can list for 200, and if you keep listing in bulk, will eventually sell. So if you're in that camp, any bronze upgrade you do, you're essentially throwing away 2,200 coins. But most of us are doing some sort of trading or investing on our transfer list that's making more than that. So it'd be a negative, I think, to keep them. So for me, I'm now going to transition to where all my bronze commons that are in off leagues and off nations, I'm going to submit all of them into bronze upgrades. Not because I don't think they won't have value at some point or I can't make a sale on them, but for me, it's going to be infinitely more beneficial to get silvers untradeable for my Sunderland team, build up gold commons for repeatable SBCs throughout the week, than it is to just keep a bunch of bronze commons that make me get dupes every time I get BPM. And I'm quick selling the dupes because I don't want them on my transfer list anyways. So the more BPM I do in my current situation, the more wasteful it's going to become. So I think for me, it makes sense to put them in. Also, another thing to think of too, there's going to be silver objectives that come out that you can use the cards for. There's going to be silver meta players that you want. There's going to be your favorite team silver players. All that's going to have a value, and you'll have them untradeable, so you don't have to buy them off the market. You'll have daily SBCs. You'll have marquee matchups. You'll have other stuff that will save you coins, and you can use untradables to make tradable coins. So even though you're turning the tradable bronzes into untradeable silvers and then untradeable golds, it doesn't mean you can't make coins on the back end. I think, for me, especially short term, for content, getting you guys additional gold packs, getting you guys additional pack pulls, promo cards by doing bronze upgrades, silver upgrades, gold upgrades will be worth it. But it's probably not worth it for everyone. People probably don't do it enough in bulk to really have it be worth it. But for you, if you're asking it, probably yes. Yeah. And like the way I view submitting those is any coins that I quote unquote lose on BPM because I didn't sell those on, I'm making infinite back from silvers. So I'm just having that kind of like finance my BPM. I'm doing BPM to get a lot of good managers, a lot of good players, team of the weeks, build upgrade packs, sell top nation or top league players for crazy prices. But outside of that, probably just build up. And two, I didn't do bronze upgrades and silver upgrades last year. But from last year to this year are the 2 years we've had where you can save the same pack on top of each other. Remember in the past when we'd make like bronze upgrades or silver upgrades and we'd have hundreds? You'd have to open all those before you could see like a 50k pack. Now it's all going to be under one pack. So I could make like 1,000 bronze upgrades before I even open them. Or I could make like slowly over time build up gold upgrades for like content. And then we have like a mini pack opening. Or like for Mondays, right? If we get the 77 double upgrade on Monday, non-stop repeatable, I could do a bunch of silver upgrades to get gold commons, then gold upgrades to get gold rares, and then build out some of those too. Even though it's not the best valued SBC, we'd be able to do those every single week with a bunch of untradables regardless, because we just have a never-ending supply of that. So I personally think, yeah, that'd be worth it. What are silver selling for right now? 200 within the hour by now. I'll make a menu grinding video in more vivid detail with it like laid out where you can see me doing it live to get a better understanding of what I'm talking about. In the extreme of things, I gotta test it all first. I'm going to do bronze packs and sell silvers to make gold upgrades. So that's another thing to consider is what part of the process you want to enter in. You could also skip bronze packs altogether. And you could say, since I'm mass bidding on so many silvers, you could basically make unlimited silver upgrades for profit with the amount of silvers you're getting. You could calculate like, hey, I'm picking them up for 150. Minimum I'm selling them for is, let's say, 250, 300. So for every X amount I pick up, I can create one of these. X amount I pick up, create one of these. On the low end. in the long scheme of things, we're going to have millions of coins, so it's really not going to matter. It's just going to be whatever you enjoy doing. But like short term as a way to justify or get in, I think I'd prefer making more lower end packs now. Especially for Scream coming. I want to spam packs for Scream. Run the Footmark did a decent one today, but it misses some key details and basically just losing money over long term doesn't supplement it all. He did a bronze pack video today. Run the Foot Market. Nick. Jeez. Okay. Another way to look at it, though. If you're low on coins, which I feel like most people have maybe under 100K, especially if they're newer to the game. If, let's say, one of the guys I follow on Twitter did it with millions of coins. He has he's one of the top traders in the world right now. He has one of the best club values. He does BPM in extreme bulk, and he also club stocks a lot, does a lot of flipping and high-end stuff. He's put millions of coins into BPM, and he said right now he's at about a 5% loss on BPM. It would be the same way I looked at exchanges 2 years ago. Remember in FIFA 24 when we had exchanges and we talked about how I would put 1 million coins into let's say 89 exchanges, buying them out, and then we'd make 1 million coins worth of 89 exchanges. We'd make them all into untradeable packs. We'd spam those exchanges, but then we'd make a crap ton of Team of the Week packs where it had multiple sections of tradable packs. And the liquid coins we got from those, when done in bulk, we would get majority of the coins back, if not a little bit of profit. But even if we lost a little bit, I would put 1 million coins in. Let's say I lost 50K on that. Not a lot of coins to lose. It sounds like a lot, but if you have millions, it's nothing. I would have days of content and pack spamming to go through to get to the point where I went down 50K, and then I'd have to buy all those 89s again, do another few days worth of content nonstop to basically get back to the same spot. So as long as you have a bottom, the ceiling's endless. The ceiling, it could go on forever. But as long as you have a bottom and you operate above that bottom, and you're going in a negative direction but potentially not super quick, you'd be surprised at how much menu stuff you can grind without ever running out. I think too many people focus on BPM and things like that when they're very low on coins and they don't see the long-term value of it. I think the same for silvers. I think the same of any investment or menu thing. What do you think they'll add first repeatable upgrade? I think they'll do, if it's last year, which I can't remember exactly what it was last year. I believe it was still the 77 double upgrade. I believe they take this away and they make it unlimited repeatable. Same requirements. Which, if they're making this the same requirements, I'm not doing this SBC. Why would I do 6 gold rares and 5 gold commons to get 2 gold rares that are mainly going to be in the high 70s, low 80s, when I could just put 11 gold commons in for a 75 double that will most likely be the same type of cards. So I think for me, I'm going to focus on spamming gold upgrades. Yeah, it was a terrible SBC last year as well. And what makes it so terrible is it doesn't make the gold commons rise as much as they should. So it just slows down the whole process too, which is frustrating in and of itself. Yo, thank you for the sub, buddy. Whoever just subscribed, appreciate it. Alright, I want to see if I can get a full transfer list for 250. We're starting to get some sales for 250, which is nice. I'm testing it with just defenders right now. Okay. I like this. Defenders, it's working decent currently. No problem. For sub, bro, you know this game so much. I'm impressed. I appreciate it. It seems like we know this game a lot. We do, because it's a variation of the last game, especially when it comes to like the low-end trading, the investing, and it's stuff we've done in previous years. So if you guys are new to silvers or just kind of like how I do any sort of menu grind, I highly recommend you watch the pinned video in chat, how to make unlimited coins on silvers. It puts you through kind of my mindset, how I go into everything, and previously what has come out that has caused things to go up, how the market rises, how it falls, how you can benefit from that at the lowest end of stuff. And it makes us 10 million plus coins each year minimum from silvers, which is crazy. So yeah, part of it is just like we've put the time in, so we've learned these things over time. But also too, part of it is literally just such hidden in plain sight. People don't like trading with silvers because they think you can't make coins on silvers, or they don't know the value of them. They don't know when they're used, how they're used. And once you kind of learn that and you sell to the people who don't know the prices, it's perfect. For example, the daily SBC that came out the other day for a pretty good untradeable pack, we sold a lot of silver commons, some silver rares, some bronze rares, some bronze commons at like 1,000 plus, 2,000 plus. And I would never buy a card at that price, but there's so many people who they have nothing in their club. They're playing games to get coins. They're getting rewards that give them coins. And then an SBC comes out. They see it as, oh, I get to do another pack. So they go to Footbin, they go to FootGG, they look for the cheapest solutions, and they buy those exact cards. So we sell to those people. Sharkless, what's up, buddy? So should I fill my club with silvers? Then when it stoops, just sell 250. Then put into silver. Put silvers into gold upgrade. You know what? Can we do some math real quick? If you could bid 150 right now, obviously if it's 200 by now, 11 cards, that's 2,200. What's 150 times 11? 150 times 11 is 1,650. So if you're bidding on silver commons, and let's say you're bidding 150 and you're winning these and you're wanting to put these into the silver upgrade to not do BPM, to miss that first step, I would say to you, the 3 golds you get from that, you're going to need to do 4 gold common packs. So that times 4 is 6,600 coins to get enough gold commons to do the gold upgrade. You know what's half the price of that exactly? Bidding 300 on gold commons. So you could skip that step too. You could literally just mass bid on silver commons, and the coins you get from that, if you want to bid 300 on gold upgrades, do the gold upgrades. Something we did in previous years, whenever we would club stock gold commons for repeatables, we would use a few hundred. We'd make like 10 to 25 packs, and then we'd sell the rest for a profit. Either lazy list a little more to cover the cost, or have it cover part of the cost, and then we just trade to make the rest back. And yeah, you can do like variations like that. There's a million ways you could take it. People are going to reach the point where they have 1 million coins liquid. There might be a move on the market with higher end stuff where you buy 10 cards, each at 100K, you make 10% profit on that. Boom, got another 100K. You'll put 50K into gold upgrades, or you put 50K into the repeatable SBC that day. Mumbo math, best math. I suck at math. Also, people who flip bigger cards don't mind spending 10K to finish an SBC. True, yeah. You'd be surprised at how many coins people are willing to not even throw away, because they don't even view it as throw it away. It's worth it to them. Can I ask why you don't do that? Why I don't bid on gold commons to use for gold upgrades? Is that what you're asking? Because I have so many bronze commons in my club, I could probably make hundreds upon thousands of gold upgrades without having to buy a single gold common. Just the way we grind the menus. And then when League SBCs get included, that's there too. In my head, I would rather have the liquid coins as early as possible. So I see me putting the coins into tradable gold commons to make gold upgrades and go down in coins that way, I don't see that personally as worth it for me. But where I justify the bronze upgrade to silver upgrade to the gold upgrade is my BPM, I don't view as really... I view it as profit in the long run for sure, regardless of what I do. I don't view it as a huge loss. I don't view it as a break even. I view it as just a tool to club stock and sell things at outrageous prices. Keep the top nations, keep the top leagues. And all the additional stuff is now just a bonus to the pack. So if you have it already, you might as well use it. So for me personally, I don't see the need to bid on gold commons and use them in a gold upgrade because I have so many other resources that need to be used for something regardless. And right now, if I keep doing BPM, I'm just quick selling all my dupes, and that's going to be less worth it in the long run. You can't sell the gold upgrade, though. Thoughts? I just stack 100 gold upgrades for fun. I would say this. How about I meet you guys halfway or explain it in a way that might work better regardless of your situation? Think of it as a question. Whether you do gold upgrades or not, what do you need for gold upgrades? You need gold commons, right? Whether you want to make coins on them, whether you want to use them for the gold upgrades, whether you want to do half and half, you need to get the cards in some way. Whether they're untradeable or tradable, you need them in your club. And if you're wanting to make them all at the same time, you should probably have them ready to go. So, regardless of each situation, if you're bidding 300 on them and just chucking them in your club right now, you could say, hey, going into new content tomorrow, I'm going to do 25 gold upgrades minimum. Let me make sure I have a minimum of 250 to 300 gold commons in my club. Once you've surpassed that, if an SBC comes out and it's new content in all top nations, England, Italy, French, all their cams, all their left mids, all their right mids are now 1,000 plus coins, and it's a really insane SBC, you can sell all those, make a huge amount of coins, and then all the ones that don't have the value, you put into the gold upgrade. And then you repeat the process later. You could do it day to day like that, where you're investing. They're guaranteed coins at the moment because they all go for 350 plus. It might take a bit to sell, but you also have the investment side where if it really pans out, if an SBC fits it, you make really good coins on those. And the ones that aren't really worth it in the moment, you're just putting them in gold upgrades and they got paid for by your profit. Or you could just get your rest of your coins liquid too. That way you get in and you get out. Same way with like bronze pack method. There might be bronzes today that are worth nothing, but they become an SBC for SBC coming out tomorrow that we don't even know exists yet, and they're now 1,000 plus. When you get rid of it before that 1,000 plus, you're gonna see that 1,000 plus and be like, oh man, I wasted it. But then you're also gonna see you quick selling the duplicate of that and see it as waste as well. So it's like pick your waste at that point. You can justify anything in any way you want. You can do whatever you want. It's all really a mindset and what your goal is long term. For me, it's going to be get as many liquid coins as possible, make as many packs as possible, and open as many packs before Team of the Year. That way, Team of the Year comes, I can have a good amount of packs saved while I'm constantly opening packs. What I'll probably do with that is League SBCs, where I'll spam League SBCs. I'll maybe save the final pack, but I open the rest. I'll do 5 to 10 League SBC runs a day minimum. Just make a bunch of coins off the rest of League SBC cards. I'll do a bunch of trading still. It'll be like a good back and forth. I'm on like 5K and I hate this sort of grind. You got any low budget sniping filters instead? What silvers have value right now even more than the bare minimum? England. Snipe England cards. What nations, what leagues have a little bit more value? Mostly all the top 5 leagues have more value than just the silver market. So go for those leagues. Snipe the Prem. Snipe Bundesliga. Snipe Serie A. Snipe the nation in those leagues for a little more. Maybe a defender, maybe a 70 plus. That's how I would create the filter. Does that make sense? Look at marquee matchups. What's needed in marquee matchups? Is a German used? Is an Italian used? Snipe Italians. They'll flip for a little bit more. But we're making 100 plus per card right now, so if you have 5K, this isn't a bad way to do it. I'm curious though, if we did 2,000 divided by 11, I could make 181 right now, probably, bronze upgrades. Times that by 2 is the amount of silvers we get. Divide that by 11. Surely that's wrong. I can only do 33. Oh, I'm so confused. Did I do the math wrong? I can only do 33 silver upgrades. I think the best idea right now would be to invest in all gold Mendy. I sold my Mendy for break even. I was so happy. I was afraid I was going to lose coins on him. Mumbo always reacts when I say yo, but God forbid I type something longer. He's like, hell no, I ain't reading that. What have I missed? Point me to a comment I've missed so far. I definitely missed your old comment, and I went back and read it after I read your new one in my head to make it look like I didn't miss it, and then gaslight you into thinking I've actually changed. How's that make you feel? Anyone see the Ryder Cup so far? I haven't been paying attention, no. What we could do... Oh, you know what? You know what idea I like better? You know how I said we can stack up packs because they no longer are each separate? It's just, if you have 100 of a single pack, it'll be one pack slot. We could just spam BPM and continue to do silvers, and then we just continue to make bronze upgrades and just stop at bronze upgrades. We just have infinite silvers build up there so that we're not wasting the bronze commons we already have that we keep packing. And then from there, we can do whatever we want with it. If we want to open those during League SBCs, get a bunch of League SBC cards to make League SBCs cheaper. If we want to use those for like marquee matchups or other daily SBCs. If you want to open some and make some silver upgrades and then save those, we can. That's another option too. And then we could potentially do some math from that, or instead of just going through that whole process, we do the math where we say, hey, if I wanted 1,000 gold upgrades minimum by team of the year, how many bronze upgrades would I have to bare minimum have 1,000 gold upgrades? Doesn't mean we have to make 1,000 gold upgrades and go all the way through the process. But if I did, what would that look like? So that as we're doing these other things, we're slowly building something like that up. Let's say an SBC comes out like we had many times last year and the year before, where it's additional bronze and silver and gold cards every single day. A daily bronze, a daily silver, and a daily gold. We could then take those and start using it in that so we didn't have to use tradables. So it's like there's levels to it. America are getting hammered. Actually, I bet Trump was talking so much crap when it started. Is 60K good to start silver bidding? Yep. I would start with a league or a type of position So instead of a specific position, maybe like defenders. That way, when you start bidding, not only do defenders usually carry a little bit more value to them, you'll get duplicates a little bit faster if you're trying to store everything in your club and flip duplicates. But that's completely up to you. It's worth pointing about 1K points and spamming silver packs. Seems good profit. So you get 20-ish K. I mean, I would not recommend ever putting FIFA points in. Unless it's the pre-order. But, I mean, if you want to, you can. I would just take a risk on the 7.5K gold pack and see if you get something. Personally. All those players look the same? You racist. You racist. You're telling me you can't tell Kim apart from Kim? Apart from Kim? What was that football meme? Did someone go on an Ultimate Team game and they had the announcer do like South... Or no, it was an expedition. It was South Korea versus someone. And it was Kim. To Kim. To Kim. To Kim. Kim on the ball. To Kim. Who's good to trade with 210K? I would do silver investing / flipping, in my opinion. Hey, if you need to know more about it, it's the pinned video in chat. We've made 1 million+ coins from it already this year, and we're going to make 10 million+ like last year. How have you been streaming for 4 hours? Touch some grass, please. We're going to take our pre-workout in a few minutes. And then once I start itching, we're going to go from there. So I like this a lot. I think this is my new strat. Just make bronze upgrades. Whether I want to go from here or not is completely up to me. I think I just want to clear out a ton of stuff. Here, Reed, go ahead and look up Ryder Cup scores for me. 12 matches tomorrow. You need 14.5 to win. You're saying I need? Are you saying because I'm from the United States, I want the United States to win? Do you assume just because I'm from the United States, I'd support the United States in a golf event? Do you think just because I'm from the United States, I want to see the rest of the world fail? Is that what you really think? Also, doing this, we get the bonus packs from completing SBCs. I don't know what the best one is, but it might be worth it to do this up to a certain point. Let me check what the packs are. A 50K pack for 250. So it might be worth it to get to that point. Falco, what's up, man? Yo, question, Falco. Have you found me through FIFA, or is this the Falco that streamed on Twitch back in the day, Call of Duty. Because there's 2 Falcos. Lower scores in Europe aren't the rest of the world. Be careful with that one. When I say rest of the world, anything outside of the United States is what I consider rest of the world. If we're talking about the United States as a country. Because that's a factual statement. What do you mean? 5 because of FIFA? Alright, sweet. Hi, Bedman. He's still live? Yes, sir. That's what weekends do. All the people who aren't able to make as late as streams during the work week, because I'm live 4 hours after new content, we try to start before that and then kind of go through our normal stream time. Obviously, each weekend's different. Some weekends I won't be able to stream at all because I'm not home. Others I might have some stuff going on. Might have to start it earlier or later, but I try to go live on Saturdays and Sundays. Usually right around new content, if not shortly after. Always thought you're from the UK? Wait, you listened to me for how long? In my accent, and you thought I was from the UK? What part of the UK did you think I was from? I'm just curious. Or maybe you're part of the community that doesn't watch me for the audio and gameplay in Mini Grandin. Are you part of that weird group of people that like screenshots when I have a banana in my mouth and like ask for feet pics? Then it maybe makes more sense. Top 5 least obnoxious people in the U.S. right here. Anyone outside U.S. is rest of them. No, it's when you're, if we're saying, nah, you're rage baiting. You're rage baiting. I'm not gonna fall for it. You are rage baiting. You're just rage baiting. That's all it is. That's all it is. Game sees game. I'm actually not. Do you know anyone in the U.S. is really into soccer? I mean, I call it football. Football. That's basically why. Now, there's a growing popularity. Will you miss Black Friday? Yeah, just so you guys know, Black Friday is one of the best profit days in the world for club stocking, low-end stuff. And I'm always gone that weekend. I'm always at my aunt's house. I'll be like in Discord on my phone and stuff like that. I might do like a temporary mobile stream or like do a YouTube comments post or something in the community section, but how come you're doing bronze upgrades? I don't want to explain this 5 million times. We'll make a video on it. Long story short, I've packed basically every bronze comment in the game. So it's this or throw them away completely. From that, we'll discuss further down the line. Where'd all your money go? We are top 25 in the world for club value, which was put into silvers, bronzes, and golds. So that's where all our coins are. And we'll slowly get rid of everything. This will speed up. Well, also, this is just something to keep in mind. Yo, Falco!
Falco funded €5.99.
Brother, thank you for the super chat. But I'm going to make this announcement. It's going to sound like I'm baiting you to donate again. Don't take it that way, okay? I'm just saying this as a state of fact. I appreciate super chats, but if you guys want the badge next to your name and stuff, the YouTube membership link, you not only get a badge next to your name, you get emotes in chat. You also get to be part of our YouTube member team for when we do Gauntlet. We have a team where you get to pick, essentially, from a group of people that we're going to use. So you have the choice of a player that you want to see in the Gauntlet. We're going to have you guys choose that. So, like, Carlos is probably going to use one of his Mexican players he'll want to see us use, things like that. So if you have, like, a favorite player that you'd want to see, always donate that way first. If you want a super chat after that, awesome. Appreciate it, nonetheless. But thank you, buddy. Yeah, I'm not baiting in you to donate again. I'm just simply stating. Top 5 least deserving people of all time. Now donate baiting? I'm not donate baiting. The definition of donate baiting would be like, guys, I'd love to stream right now, but just financially, it's not worth it. I'm basically on my deathbed unless someone donates $2 right now. Oh. My cat might die if I don't get a $5 super chat. It's tough, man. Guys, don't listen to him. He's a masturbator. Hey, yo! Chill, dude. The heck, man? Falco! For the cat.
Falco funded €2.49 for the cat.
Can I really stock silvers with 150k? I feel like it's not enough. If you stock 150k worth of silvers, my projections for this week for you, if you're doing the same thing we're doing, let's do the math real quick. 150k divided by 150. There'd be 1,000 players exactly. I didn't need to do the math on that. What am I doing? You putting 100k in would put you at low end 285k. Most likely you'd be closer to 500k. So I'd say it's worth it. I did say he's a masturbator. Hey, thank you for the dono, buddy. I appreciate it. Love it. Cheers. Wait, can someone do... Hold on. I'm curious. What would the math be? So... If we were... Okay. Can someone do the math? If I were to make a bronze upgrade pack, you get the 2 bronzes from that. Or you get the 2 silvers from that, I should say. Let's assume 2 times 6. 6 of those makes a gold commons pack. Where you get 3 gold commons. Then from those, you make the gold upgrade. Could someone try to attempt to do the math? I physically can't right now. How many bronze upgrade packs would I need to save to then open all the way into making 1,000 gold upgrades? Would you work backwards from that? Would it be... Oh, wait, hold on. I think you could work backwards. So it'd be 1,000 gold upgrades. So you'd times that by 11 for the amount of gold commons you need, right? So you need 11,000 gold commons. To get 11,000 gold commons, you divide it by 3 for the amount of silver upgrades. You need 3,667 silver upgrades. Times that by 11. Is the amount of bronzes you'd need? No, that doesn't sound right. Would I wait? Would I need 40,000 bronze upgrades? I can't. I can't. I tried, boys. Three, I think. Yeah, something like 3. Oktoberfest is hidden, dude. You're at Oktoberfest and you're watching the stream. How's Oktoberfest? I have a buddy who is in Germany right now. But he's doing, I think, a marathon. Upgrade packs are untradeable, so how would we benefit? Okay. I just have to repeat myself. I know you're not meaning it, but I have to repeat myself. For most people, it won't, unless you're going to the extreme all the way through and you're consistently making them. I'm spam BPM like crazy for all the cards that I keep quick selling because we get them dupe. I'm making into bronze upgrades. That's all I'm saying. From that, I haven't determined what I'm going to do yet. I'm just saying when I spam BPM, these are all the cards you see me pack nonstop and quick sell. Because I don't want to list them because we have all silvers there making more coins than them. So, yes and no. Short term, you're correct. It's an untradeable pack. And you're asking the question, what value would that have? But you're forgetting you can use untradables into tradable packs. You can use untradeable players like today. Untradeable bronzes and untradeable silvers. And make tradable bronzes and tradable silvers. You have marquee matchups. You have daily SBCs. You have Evos and stuff that'll come out for your favorite team that you could pack. You have promo cards you could get. You have all that additional stuff to consider. You have League SBCs eventually, which some will give tradable packs, some will give untradeable. Is there a country I'm forgetting? Did I do Ireland? That's India. Did I do the Chinese league? Yeah, I did. Swiss league. There we go. Do you think League SBCs have gotten better or worse over the years? As someone who's loved League SBCs every single year, I think they've become infinitely better each and every single year. It's just become different, and people don't like the different for the most part. I like when I use AutoScript on the web app because it shows me how much profit I'm making per card flip. Nice. I get that in Pale Tools. Okay, I see what you mean. It has value in others. Yeah. But like for me specifically, I'll explain my situation a little bit. My main trading and investing right now is silver commons. So take what I'm doing, for example, this. I'm making so much profit just from the club stock and the flips on these that when it comes to time for me to spam BPM, not only am I getting a bunch of bronze managers that are paying for the pack, not only am I getting a lot of top nations and top leagues that go for crazy coins for some SBCs and throughout the week, I'm also getting a lot of dupe badges and kits and stuff that I'm quick selling that gives me 200 coins back. So essentially, I just need to make like 400 to 500 coins per bronze pack to break even. And with all those crazy player sales, all those managers, essentially I find myself in a situation where I'm not really needing to profit from BPM. It kind of pays from itself. But even if I did lose a little bit of coins from BPM, after those things I just listed, the managers, the top nations, the top leagues, all that stuff throughout the week, I didn't include any of the bronze rares. I didn't include any of the bronze commons from off leagues, which would go for 1,000 plus sometimes, like we saw the other day with the daily SBC. I get those the most, the dupe bronze commons. And since I don't list them for 200 on my transfer list, because my logic in that is if it's not going to sell quickly for 200 within the hour, I'd much rather have my silvers on there, making more coins per card essentially, and then it pays for the bronze pack. So like any coins we'd potentially miss out on for doing a bronze upgrade with our tradable bronzes that would take forever to sell, or we'd have to wait for a very specific SBC for them to sell. In the meantime, I essentially can't do any more BPM. I would be getting all dupes, and I'd be wasting even more coins. So for me, turning them into bronze upgrades, whether or not I want to continue down the road of silver upgrades and gold upgrades, I think I do. I think I'm going to include that in part of my menu grind, just because I want to make more packs for you guys. That initial step, at least, makes the most sense. Do you expect gold non-rares to go up on Monday? If it's unlimited repeatable, I would say it'd be as good as it was last week, at least. And last week I sold most of mine for 450. Then I dropped them to 400, and then I sold my remaining ones for 350. So I said 100K before. That's probably wrong. I probably made closer to 85 to 90K. I probably would have made over 100K if I would have lazy listed or waited a little longer. But again, same logic applied. Instead of having those sell for a little more and take longer to sell, I just took the coins and went back to silvers where I know I'm making so much from. But yeah, I would expect if you're picking them up for 300, guaranteed 350 easily. Most will go for 400. I would just not overlist. But I'd also club stock for marquee matchups. I'd club stock for other SBCs throughout the week where the residual is there was a lot of gold common English cards that went crazy. There's some French ones that went crazy, some German, some Italian. So if you're hitting those other ones while you're doing it, you're kind of getting best of both worlds. Remember FIFA 22 League SBCs were the first time I even tried to grind menus, and I managed to get Player of the Month Mbappe done, making a profit? Yes, sir. And I'll make a bunch of grinding videos and stuff when it's time. But yeah, this year in particular, especially early on, everyone's going to be doing different things. Your guys' goals are going to be completely different than mine. My two main goals this year are to have 10 million coins by Team of the Year and to non-stop be opening packs and creating content for you guys leading up to Team of the Year. I don't want to save every pack. I don't want to limit myself to what I can do beforehand because we're doing an RTG. I want every episode to have like a value to it, if that makes sense. So all these little things that I'm doing on the side are just giving additional value and helping clean up the club a little bit. What's the best to trade and make profit with tonight? We've probably made close to 100K while club stocking, just flipping silver commons. So I'd say this. Very easy. Turn your brain off and just bidding. Played with them about 10 times before I stopped playing because I burnt myself out. Yeah, I feel it, man. Yeah, sadly, the same thing that gets you to a place can sometimes stop you as well. I'm a victim of that. I'll spam the menu I spammed the menu so much over the years that when it would come time to like actually playing the game, I just wouldn't have the energy. This year, it's much more balanced, which is nice. Actually, replace 11 with 5.5 in that message above, and I think it's more accurate. I think 2023 is the best League SBCs. Whatever year it was where we bid on silver libs when they were black silver rare card, and we'd bid like 250 to 350, and basically everything would always be like 600 plus. And there'd always be like daily SBCs that'd send Argentinians to the moon. And they'd go to like 3K, 4K, 5K. Whatever year that was insane. Because literally all I did was mass bid on silver libs, flip so many for an insane profit, we'd make hundreds of thousands of coins easily throughout the week without even trying, and we'd do as many League SBC runs as we wanted to. CSL back in the day was goated. Ooh, yeah, I remember that. 6 times 7. Oh, hold on, let me screenshot this. Uh, 6 times 11 times 3 times 11 times 1,000. Put that into a calculator. It's a little bit less. That assumes 12 players per squad. Yeah. So 6 times 11 times 3 times 11 times 1,000. Wait, really? Are we sure that's the correct number? Wait, is that the amount of bronze cards we'd need, or is that the amount of bronze packs? Is that the amount of bronze upgrades we'd have? Is that the amount of bronze upgrades we'd have to save, or is that the amount of bronze players we need to use? Because the number's 2,178,000. So we'd need 2,178,000. Oh, replace with 5.5. Sorry. Place one of the 11s with 5.5 or both of them with 5.5? 6 times 5.5 times 3 times 11. Oh. Times 5.5 times 1,000. So we need 544,000. 544,500 bronze upgrades. So yeah, it would not be worth it. What would be worth it though, and the much smarter thing, is bronze upgrades to League SBCs while we're already doing League SBCs, and the off-league gold commons into gold upgrades and other repeatable SBCs. Because we got to remember too, right now, gold upgrades is kind of the best menu grind pack at the moment because there's basically nothing. It's better than the 77 upgrade, but it'll be nothing compared to what's coming. So, as long as we're putting our things into stuff that has value, that number sounds about accurate, but we'll be able to save even more than that. So, I like that. No, I read it, forgot it, put it in. Reread it, put in the right one. I'm an idiot. I've been live for 4.5 hours. My brain is completely fried. I'm American. That lid method was insane. Not only was that lid method insane, you guys better be preparing so far. Remember, my League SBC video came out on October 24th last year. Whether that was the day we got them or if it was a day or two after, that's when the video came out. Make sure you guys are club stocked. Look at this. We have, I think right now, total, over 600 lib and suds combined. Best way to make coins, I have 150k. I would watch the pin video in chat. Make you unlimited coins on silver commons and silver rares, but we mainly go over silver commons. I'd recommend that with your coins, buddy. What are you guys calculating? We were calculating the amount of bronze upgrade packs I'd have to save to make 1,000 gold upgrades. And the number we landed at was 544,500. So if you do the math on that even more, let's see. All October, all November, all December, all January. Let's say 120 days. That's more than probably it would take until the start of Team of the Year. But that would be 4,537 bronze upgrades a day to hit that. Yeah, that ain't happening. Doing an LFC Evo when I hit the full game. If you have just said I'm American, I'd understand. Of course. All right, it is 7 o'clock. I'm going to take my pre-workout. And then when I start bugging, we'll go from there. So what can I do to make me get over you? I'm letting go all my vices. I'm all I can do to get over you. I'm falling apart. Sacrifices, all I can do, get over you. Will you be online tomorrow? And by tomorrow, do you mean today? Are we talking about Sunday? I will be on Sunday, yes. I don't want innocent. I'm falling apart, baby. I hope you did. Alright, should we try to make a Pale Tools guide real quick? Nah, I'll do that when I'm doing cardio. I'll let it go, all my vices, make sacrifices. Cold. Cold. Yeah, if you guys are trying to get to a 50k pack from SBC building, I think just doing bronze upgrades, if you've been spamming BPM, is not a bad way to help you get there. I'll take my leave and get some sleep. See you tomorrow. See you, buddy. Thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you. Yeah, we're going to be wrapping up here once the pre-workout kicks in, which usually takes 10 to 15 minutes. So, for those of you wondering, that's what I'm going to bug out. Start itching. Can we list 11 more cards? Is that what I said? No. We can't. Alright, so on Pale Tools, I'll be able to make it where I can put in just bronze commons from, I believe, a not selected league, and I can select all the top leagues to avoid putting in. So it will just automatically put in all bronze commons for non-selected leagues. Let it go down my vices. Because like right now, if I did just that, it'd put in a bunch of... Are those untradeable first? Can you get banned for pale tools? The only people that ever get banned using pale tools are the ones using the sniping bots. If you're doing pack animation cancellation, if you're doing pack building, if you're doing pack opening, 0 people have been banned on that in the past 3 years. They would have to ban, at this point, millions of people. Especially at the end of Ultimate Teams. It's still technically a risk, but it's an extension on top of the existing game. So it's just providing more information on it. When I use my pre-workout, my body starts itching. Yeah, that's the beta-alanine. If your pre-workout has beta-alanine in it, you'll start twitching. I love that feeling. I feel that more than I feel caffeine. Let it go down my vices. Alright, so we'll track silver prices into tomorrow. I'm very curious to see for the rest of Sunday if the buy now start increasing. If we get a daily SBC early in the week, what will happen to the prices? Or if they build on the existing stuff too. I like what they did. I like that they added it. Where can they go from here, though? That's the real question. Dude, that's a nice mustache. That's the type of car, that's the type of picture that would get you a Movember card. Dude, I wanted Sunderland to sign this guy. I remember watching him in Champions League last year. Dude's a baller, man. I think he's averaging a 7.2 foot mob rating so far this season for Club Brugge. Teammates with Talby last year. Believe Talby won player of the match versus Liverpool. Absolute baller. Can we... I mean, if we have untradeable value low to high, we can do rating low to high too. We're gonna do rating. Yeah, because now it's mainly all those. Let it go all my vices. See, this would be where I'd want additional filters in there. Or where I would say, even if it's a top nation, if it's not in the top league, I'll just get rid of. Because again, even those cards, we're waiting for a very specific SBC to come out that would see them rise. I would much rather just sell the other cards for more profit per card. And just flip silvers and other stuff. I'm letting go all my vices. Oh shoot, I didn't charge my phone. Oh, I'm on 72%. I'm good. Oh shoot, I forgot about libs and suds. Hopefully I didn't submit any. I was not paying attention. Shoot. We got to make sure those are in there. Otherwise, that's going to be an issue. Boom, 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 boom. Dope. Alright, we won't pull those yet. We'll keep those in the transfer area. 41 packs already. Nice. Does anyone know if the packs max out visually at 999? Or would it keep going? I'm falling apart, baby. I hope you did. To see renew. Ooh. If I could get a compost for close to 30K. I might pick one up. All I can do to make me get over you, I'll let it go with all my vices. Come on. American Sniper up in here. What can we get? These two. Come on. Come on. Just want one. I know you want to. I know there's someone out there who just packed the compost. You see he's going for like 31.5K. Yeah, like, oh, let me just list it right under 30K. So I can get those coins instantly. I know you want to do it. Okay, how about Prem Cornerstones? What's the cheapest Prem Cornerstones? Roughly the same price. 34.5. Alright, these are getting bought for 34.5. If we could get for 32 or under. Ooh. I'd take 33 or under. We'll take that. 33.25 with an engine. Divided by 0.95. Break even, I'd have to sell at 35K. One second, bud. $38 is the cheapest. We go 37. Any advice on high risk bidding strategies for gold cards? I really don't do that, so I would not really have an idea. All right, we'll do 36.75. I just sold a silver rare Musa for 5K. Yep, he's one of the most sought after silvers for Evos. Alright, those are still selling. So right now, if you guys are mass bidding 150 on silver defenders, I feel like we're getting 100 plus sales within the hour for 100 coins profit on each one right now. So if you're looking for kind of like that middle ground, doesn't sell instantly, but you'll list a ton will sell. Just gotta keep that going while you're playing games. Good investment as well. This isn't bad. Oh, shoot. You know what I didn't do today? I didn't finish my squad battles I was going to do off stream. I've only played 6 games. I got church in the morning. This ends in 6.5 hours. I'm probably going to go to bed the next 4 hours. I'm going to work out for the next hour. I think I can pull this off. What's gold 3? 6, 9 times 75, 12. If we could get gold 1, I'm fine with that. I don't really need anything higher than that. If we could get 75 times 12, that's perfect. I'm looking at these right now. I wonder how much prices are really going to change. Are you online tomorrow? Yep, I'll be streaming We'll have the RTG episode, as always, go up 2 hours before new content. And then I'll most likely be live 2 hours after new content. Monday through Friday, we're usually live 4 hours after new content because that's when I get off of work. But for tomorrow and weekends in general, we'll be live earlier. So, yeah, I'm going to call it there. I'm starting to itch a little bit. Means pre-workout's working. If you guys have any questions, again, on silvers, just kind of like how I use them, how I plan to use them, how they've worked in the past, how they're working so far, I highly recommend you watch the pinned video in chat. It's also the first link in the description. How to make unlimited coins with silver players in EAFC 26. If you guys like the live streams and you like to see a more condensed version of that mixed with stuff off stream, mixed with trading tips, mixed with gameplay, mixed with updates on the RTG, insane pack pulls like the Dino yesterday in our community. The Road to Glory series is also in the description. It has the whole playlist, episode 1 all the way to episode 9, which was today. And yeah, after the stream, I'll edit some of this stuff, some of the stuff off stream for episode 10. So yeah, take it easy. God bless. Have a good night, guys. And we'll see ya Sunday. Peace.